we just giving time for y'all to come on in, for my sister to get situated and all that, man. We got some fire, some things to talk about tonight. You know what I'm talking about? But give us 1 minute and then we get it started and go into it. I hope everybody is all right out there. All right, we in there, man. Yeah, put the song on. Okay, we back. Pete Moses in my house. Yes.
Fuck black history, ain't no black history. This ain't black history, this ain't that you'll see. They don't know about me, you don't know about me. They gon' know about me, you gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave, I was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck black history, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that some movie? I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels for 'em. When I pull up, they pee how the roof gone. We some dog killers, won't chew bones. Know we all spit 'em, we supreme. Somewhere I read a nigga had a dream. Did them dirty, they keep playing back that same to us, but it bullshit. If you win the battle, you can tell the story and delete whoever, get whoever glory. Hope you listen closely, this ain't metaphor. This is straight up real and I prepared you for it. MLK was a motherfucking agent. At first he ain't know it, cause really they played him. They showed him the front of the building, they tell him the back was burning. But the secret they gave him, he tried to reveal it. Go back and listen to that I Have a Dream and the speech that he gave on the night before they killed him. He climbed up that mountain and seek the promised land. That boy was a Mason. By writing, they sealed them documents forever. But I know Masons in Atlanta know better. They said he would kill cause of prejudice, yeah, but they lied to you. Here I come with that shovel on, yelling fuck black history. Ain't no black history. See, they gon' know about me. You gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave. I was born to slide. I am not afraid. Hop about that K. Oh yeah, free the guys. They went out of state. Yeah, I'm a child of God. I do not belong to the United States. Yeah, fuck black history. Tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment. What if I told you was born sovereign and all you ever had to do was admit this shit? What if I told you that this was your ancestor land? That mean that they was the immigrants. Wait, I think there's someone tried to explain that 100 years later, the Negro was still in exile in his own land. Natural birthright, Malcolm X style. What was Holmes saying? That's the curse, right? Fuck black history, ain't no black history. This ain't black history, this ain't that you'll see. They don't know about me, you don't know about me. They gon' know about me, you gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave, I was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck black history, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that some movie? I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels for 'em.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Peace and love to the tribe in the chat. Dang, OTK, where you go? When they playing that song?
I'm right here.
What's up, y'all?
Yeah, I was letting you get your introduction on. I'm gonna fall back. Get your introduction on, girl.
Yeah, I like that jump right there. That's one of my favorite ones coming from Cuz, like, I guess one of the newer indigenous folks. Look, y'all, I want to show a couple things, just like kind of intro this thing off, man, because it's been a lot going on in these streets, okay? And it's a lot of straightening that got to get done. We know that already, though. So I know y'all know Indigenous Peoples Day had just passed, and y'all know Charlemagne kind of set something off by telling them Native Americans he don't believe that they was the first ones here.
Ooh, yeah, send it right back to you. Listen, Black Americans,
you talking about Charlemagne the God?
not it talks what is our, and it's still Hoodoo Heritage Month. So you know we gotta.
Yeah, you know, some Native Americans had came on the Breakfast Club cosplaying, like they got indigenous. They calling it indigenous hip hop. But he was telling them that, you know, he didn't believe that they were the first ones here. And then, you know, he was asking them, like, you know, have y'all been to South Carolina? Have you ever been there?
Yeah, listen, that's part of my bloodline. Charlemagne the God. Yes, from Colesville, or what they would call Monk's Corner, South Carolina. That's my grandmama came from there. My great grandmama, rather, my grandmama's mother came from there. You know what I mean? And American Indians. So yeah.
American shook up that jump. I was cracking up. Now I was cracking up because I mean I wish I could actually show the footage on here, but you know how they be doing, you know, when you show their footage and stuff like that. But he was telling them, you know, have y'all heard of the Catawba, things like that?
With that our family reunion that he has.
Hold up, y'all. Let's just shout out to Kid Nottaway too. He said he's the fifth great grandson to Nat Turner. That's what he said he is. But also a part of the Cherokee and Nottaway Indian tribe.
But we got to talk about these two Native American gentlemen that was on the Breakfast Club cosplaying in hip hop culture, Black American culture. They coined the term indigenous rap, indigenous hip hop. Why is this problematic? Because this already exists, because Black Americans are indigenous. Now, listen, I want you to spread this video to all the powers that be. Listen, look at this clip, and we're going to talk about why this It's problematic.
What is indigenous hip hop? Because people will hear that and be like, indigenous hip hop is the Bronx.
It is. It is. Absolutely. With native music, it's just us being able to use hip hop, you know, respectfully to tell our stories, which is like, you know, there's people wonder like, what is it like on the reservation? And it's like, yeah, there's overlapping struggles that are similar to like because I live in Omaha, Nebraska, and you know, I know what the hood is like, and I know what the res is like, and there's like so many differences that people don't even know of. You know, they're like, be shocked that there's third world countries an hour away from the city and all these luxuries. You know what I mean? And that's where our people come from, and we get to talk about it. We get to talk about things, you know, being erased. You know, we at least representation in media. People think we're still living in teepees. It's to think that we have to wear certain things to be seen.
Yeah, like it's 2025 right now, and people are still like stuck in the romanticized version of what natives are, right? Like you have to be living in a teepee, or you got like, or people don't even know we exist. And you say indigenous hip hop. It's funny because on Saturday we just did indigenous hip hop festival in the Bronx, in the South Bronx, and on Friday we met Kool Herc. He came, and Cindy Campbell came and did a talk at the Hosto Center, and I got to perform with different indigenous people from all across the Western Hemisphere, from the tips of Chile, Peru, all the way up to Canada, and me representing here. So indigenous hip hop is more like, you know, we understand that where hip hop comes from is Black culture. It comes from here. It comes from the roots of Africa, which is tribal roots. You know what I mean? And the way we relate to it is from an indigenous perspective. Like we relate to the sounds, we relate to the storytelling, and we're not hijacking the culture. Is what I want to make clear. We're just adding on to it to grow the culture.
No, that shit does not come.
Hip hop saved a lot of our lives. R&B,
Oh,
hip hop, and reservation.
Because
we heard it as a music of the struggle, music that you could tell your story with, and that's what we're doing. You know, we're relating it, and now being able to do it with you guys, with the Black culture, Black community, it means the world.
Black Americans, indigenous Americans, American Indians, did you hear that? Now listen. In the Black American community right now, currently, presently, Black Americans are delineating from all so-called Black people around the world who have no Black American lineage or reparations, restorative justice, specific policies for our lineage, birthrights, indigenous birthrights in the United States of America that has nothing to do with all Black presenting people around the world, especially Africans. You claim that lawfully through lineage. Right? Black Americans recently put a whole bunch of Jamaicans and Puerto Ricans on blast because they said that they created hip hop, which is a lie. Many Black American pioneers in hip hop was on the documentary Mic Drop, and they said that doesn't exist. That's a false narrative. All the elements of hip hop was already in Black America, specifically the United States of America. Now listen, he mentioned Kool Herc. He mentioned that rap music comes from Africa, creating a narrative. Rap music, hip hop was created by Black Americans in the variable of the United States of America without African influence, without Jamaican influence, without Puerto Rican influence. So from my background, you know, I come from the background of journalism, psychology, communication, media, and public relations. I'm setting the stage, how you can see how people change the psychology of things. They change the narrative of things. It's almost like you're trying to check in with Kool Herc when you should really be checking in with Black Americans.
Yep.
Talking about indigenous rap music, indigenous rap, indigenous hip hop. That's a no-no. Now, also,
no
a lot of
wild
racist
ass
Native Americans
Indians
are
like
going to say
OTK.
the only way you can be Black presenting is if you're African descent and you mix with a Native American stock that looks Asian or Spaniard, you know, like the guys that's on the Breakfast Club. So let's just play with their logic, their narrative. If you are those Africans that mix with the Mongolian, Asian, Spaniard, Native Americans, and you somehow assimilated into Black American culture and you present Black American, that's your lineage. Is it safe to say that maybe some of them found their way into hip hop? I don't know. Is it safe to say that? Is it possible? So if those particular people found their way into hip hop and they have indigenous blood, wouldn't indigenous rap already exist? Now, that's not my narrative. I just wanted to play with the psyche of these racist Native Americans who I know are going to come. Now, listen, as I stated before, my education, I don't like playing with people. I don't mince my words. I'm very educated. Now, listen, if you peruse through my page, you will see that there's so much documentation on Black presenting people being in the Americas and the United States of America, and they were labeled Indian, indigenous. The Racial Integrity Act of 1924 misclassified and reclassified indigenous Americans to Indian, mulatto, colored, Black, and even African American. Now, you ask Native Americans that present like these two gentlemen on the Breakfast Club, did their ancestors go through the Racial Integrity Act of 1924? And I know there are some Native Americans that were saying that only happened in Virginia. No, it's spread out throughout the states through different laws, different policies. You can look that up. Did this happen to those type of Native Americans where they were misclassified to Negro, Black, colored, and mulatto? African American?
Right.
No, it did not. You ask them, did that happen to your lineage? So the indigenous people that were misclassified to present day Black American and Black Americans created hip hop, wouldn't they be indigenous? Wouldn't they be the pioneers of indigenous rap? That's a misnomer because people that look like them didn't create rap music. People that look like me and darker did. So this is cosplaying at its best. Everyone, get out your Google, get out your Chat GPT, and look up this fact. Indigenous Americans were the first enslaved in the United States of America before Africans. That's a fact. Look up the numbers. How many Indigenous Americans were
Man,
enslaved?
shout out
Now,
to
I want you to ask the
OTK,
Native Americans
man.
that present like these gentlemen on the Breakfast Club,
Word,
were their ancestors enslaved?
word,
Broke cooking.
word, dog. Shout out to OTK, man, for bringing out the American Indian POW slave trade and show that more American Indians was taken out of Charleston than Africans brought in. Man, shout out to OTK for bringing it out. And I'm giving my own self a pat on the fucking back. You know what I'm talking about? Because with that right there, that kills all of the transatlantic slave trade narrative. And it started making people start going into these slave voyages records, into all of these things, the embark and the disembark and this and that. You know what I mean, man? Man, shout out to me, man. I'm sorry, sis, but I gotta give myself a pat on my own back. You know what I'm talking about? Sometimes we got to give ourselves a pat on our own goddamn back. You feel me?
Yep.
Where nobody was talking about that shit 3 years ago. When I came out with that shit 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago when I came out with that.
Yeah, because there was this
Nobody
whole no slavery existed. That was that whole narrative going around, you know. So of course it wouldn't be
and
something
also,
you would be familiar with.
narrative, and also, baby girl, your Pan-African narrative was that we all come out of the South, out of South Carolina. If you come out of South Carolina, then you have African descent. But when I showed that, it changes their narrative. You know what I mean? And I got to find that show on Q Butter channel, man. When I brought that out, you know what I mean? And then on Unscrambled Minds with me and shout out to my brother in arms, damn, Master Chief Top Cat, when we destroyed Chris Harris and made him drop off Unscrambled Minds that night. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, good word.
Yes.
Good word. When brought up, it made them have to go back and do some research. See, they all know African history, but they don't know American history.
Yep.
Because the American history you got taught in school, really, their European history. They were telling us about kings and queens and monarchs and all of this shit right here, but there wasn't nothing in there about American Indian as far as to say that was good. To tell you that chiefs that was over here going over there to England and all of these places and showing them how to cultivate and our vegetables that we bring them. They don't write that. They didn't teach us that. They told us that for you to be dark like that, God damn it, you come from Africa. Oh, we can't per se where you come from Africa because y'all lost all your history. Y'all lost all your well, if y'all lost all your history, then how can the say they African descent? Come on. Let's make. I told y'all I make Queen Quick regurgitate her stuff now, dog. When they talk about this Geechee Gullah, for real, don't y'all mix these people up. You feel me? And when we bring these things out, the fact, like, hey, y'all say y'all lost all y'all language, y'all culture, but now y'all telling me that Gullah Geechee culture survived. Make that make sense. It's no way that can make sense, sis. You don't have to reply. You feel me? But it's no way that can make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, sis. My bad. Go
We
ahead,
ain't saying
sis.
nothing wrong because it's a lot of stuff that we really got to touch on for real because I've been seeing a lot of stuff going on and taking place, and I mean I got some commentary on it, and we just gonna talk about it. We ain't here to we just gonna speak our opinion, and we got the right to do so. You know what I'm saying? And we gonna keep it on this American Indian business, being true to this land. Niggas ain't come off slave boats. Y'all seen the interview with David Eltis, couldn't even answer simple questions, you know what I'm saying? About this quantitative over qualitative data, about the stories about how we connect to these Africans outside of numbers. It's a lot of things that got to get straightened. Y'all got to understand that, like somebody on TikTok, like I've been over there on TikTok a lot, you know what I'm saying? And those people, it's some really diabolical people on TikTok. I'll say that. And you think that because you can name 7 alleged slave ships, you name 7 ships. We talk about ships that brought over allegedly millions of people here from what the stories and the narrative is. And you can name 7, you're not doing good. Okay? You're not doing good.
Ships are merchant ships. See, they like to say they slave ships, but when we go and look into research, they are merchant ships.
Schooners.
Once we see these merchant ships are schooners, they can only hold about 150 people. And all those 150 people work on that shit.
Yep.
They all got to work on that. Do the research on the schooner ships.
And then they want to keep talking about Clotilda over there. I already look, Clotilda is debunked. Y'all can't keep coming with Clotilda. Y'all got to pick a better argument. The arguments are just, it's dead out here, and they know it. They know it. All right, I'm gonna show this one. Then I want to show when Charlemagne was telling them that he don't believe that they was the first people here.
The narrative of slavery, were they reclassified through the Racial Integrity Act of 1924? If they were not, then who were those people? Black Americans. Fun fact, Black Americans received U.S. citizenship before Native Americans. That's a fact. Native Americans that look like them received a different type of citizenship. So the Africans that came here, mind you, 90,000 Africans went through the transatlantic slave trade. 4% came to what is now known as the United States of America and lower. The majority of Africans went to the Caribbean and went to Brazil. If you know math and you look at the population growth over the years, majority of slaves were male. The least amount were females. The population growth could not grow like that. Black presenting people were already in the United States of America. So I want you to ask these people, did they have this type of history? And who were the people that did? Because I'm sure those are the people that created hip hop who would be indigenous. So by default, Black Americans in hip hop who are the foundation are indigenous. So indigenous rap already exists. You understand what I'm saying? Now listen, say if Mexicans wanted to say Mexican rap, it'd be like, well, Black Americans aren't Mexican, but why would you say Mexican rap? Why can't it just be rap? Why does it have to be indigenous rap? Now, a lot of Native Americans, as you all know, are racist. I'm sure we'll get a few over here. They have nothing to say because they're always talking about how Black Americans want to be Native American. Ask these Native American men on the Breakfast Club, are they rapping about the racism in these tribes? Are they rapping about the Black presenting people who actually mix with the Asian, Spaniard, Mongolian looking tribes? Are they talking about how they are profiled, discriminated against? Are they talking about the anti-Blackness in those tribes? Talk about that. Talk about how many of you assist in the erasure of Black presenting indigenous folks that was already in the United States of America pre-slavery, or the narrative of Africans that mixed in with whoever, whether they mixed in with the Black presenting indigenous folks or whether they mixed in with the Asian, Spaniard looking native folks. Talk about that. He's on the Breakfast Club talking about how they don't have representation, but Black presenting people who are indigenous have the least amount of representation, and a lot of natives that look like him, they assist in that erasure. Listen, put these people on notice. Indigenous rap already exists. Black.
Yeah, he did what needed to be done. Hold up, it's one more. I think this the one where he
Send that karma back. Send it back to sender. Return to sender. Now listen, we got to revisit the topic on the Breakfast Club with these two Native American gentlemen. Charlemagne the God said he believes that these type of natives weren't the only one in the United States of America. He believes Black people were in the United States of America and that they are indigenous as well. Now, this comes off the back of these Native Americans cosplaying in hip hop, talking about indigenous rap, when we know that's a misnomer because Black Americans are indigenous. So the foundation of hip hop is automatically indigenous. And the people who created hip hop didn't look like these Native gentlemen that were on the Breakfast Club. Now, we're going to see what took place. Come back to me. Let's discuss it.
I got to, I've always had a theory. I feel like, y'all were not the only people indigenous to the land. I feel like Black people were indigenous to the land too, especially I'm from South Carolina. So you can look at, some pictures of indigenous people and then look at pictures of Black people and they look exactly the same.
There's always been, within what the mainstream society doesn't understand is that we still have oral traditions and stories that being passed down. And inside those oral traditions and stories that are passed down, we had trade routes with everybody. So people from the Pacific Islands would trade on the coast of California all the way down to Peru, and Africa would come and trade all the way from South America, the Atlantic, all the way up into Newfoundland. So we have every nation has stories of these trade routes that are happening. And
he went everywhere else except North America.
Of course he did.
European Americans, because with everything that's happening, I'm saying, I always tell them, man, you weren't born here.
Yeah, he went everywhere else except North America.
Yeah, this one right here, he wasn't feeling that shit. He wasn't feeling that shit at all. The said that. That's why he started talking in them circles like that. His man was like, yeah. He like, nah.
You're right.
His man said, yeah.
They had trade routes, but hold on. So you're telling us pretty much the Pacific slave trade, or you're telling us the Siberian land story? Which one is you telling us? They sound convoluted right now, but go ahead, sis.
Yeah, man.
But no, you're right. And reestablishing those connections is definitely.
But no, you're right.
Have to do now, and understanding, like you said, we all have to come together based off of the love for each other right now, especially right now. You see what's happening in the streets. You see the people getting taken. It's like 1940s Germany, 1930s Germany, and it's hard, but the unity that has to come together right now, man. And the misconceptions have to stop. Yeah. The fear has to stop, and the love has to grow. Has to. If we're gonna survive, we're gonna live. Take it from people that have been in survival mode.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And that are still in survival mode. We're here. We've been here, and we can all move forward together.
You ever been to South Carolina?
Nah, man.
There's a lot of tribes in South Carolina.
I was just in North Carolina with the Cherokee tribe in North Carolina.
Catawba, I think it is. Catawba Nation.
Yeah.
They recognize.
That's where you're from, in South Carolina, huh? Yeah. There's a lot of history there.
PD Indians, Santee Indians, like it's Edisto. It's Edisto. Yeah, it's a lot of tribes in South Carolina.
Word.
Yeah. A lot of those tribes on the eastern slope, they got forcefully removed to Oklahoma.
Okay, let's talk about that.
With some tribes.
Now, when he said that a bunch, and I'm sure OTK, you got some commentary on that. When he said, "Oh, a bunch of the tribes on our side was taken in the Trail of Tears to Oklahoma." Now, why do they always leave out that a lot of our people stayed, and we're the ones that stayed, and that Black Wall Street was developed by the so-called Black Americans who was walking on that Trail of Tears? Why is that not being talked about? Why are they out here acting like these Mongoloid people were the ones walking the Trail of Tears? Are they insane?
Actually, says Black Wall Street was already being established before the Trail of Tears.
Well, I would say
it was already established by those American Indians that was over there. We just didn't know nothing about them because nobody was writing about them because they didn't know nothing about them.
Well, I would say the timeline.
You got to understand something about history. They're writing about these American Indians on the other side of the Appalachians until the late 1800s. You understand what I'm saying? French was writing about the American Indians in Canada and Detroit and all of that. And then when they came down to Mississippi, see too much writings from them because they were on the run too. You understand what I'm saying? So They couldn't write about nothing else. Nobody knew nothing else on the other side of the Appalachians, sis, until the 1800s. And that aspect to where it was being documented. You feel me?
Yeah, but I would still argue, OTK.
Go ahead.
Yes, that I
Go ahead,
agree
baby.
with
Go
you.
ahead.
Now, I agree with you. Not even argue. I agree with you. Yes, that it definitely was already being established. But when I say that it was practically like a year later, when we talk about 1830 and then 1831, we have Black Wall Street, or it's whichever dates or whichever way it went. 1830, 1831, around that time is the time where we got Black Wall Street, so-called Black Wall Street being established, and then we got the Trail of Tears taking place at the same time, where a lot of people from the southeastern seaboard was going over there. So I just think it's a time lapse that I find interesting with all of this.
In other words, they telling you, sis, it's a place where all our people them came and we united with each other, and you know what I mean, because we already been doing trade with each other in the Americas amongst each other as far as chieftains way before they came here. You know what I'm saying? So, and when that happened, sis, you actually right, because now the people that's leaving from over this side that's going over there, then seeing their cousins them and shit like that, yes, it became more popping than it already was. But yeah, I agree with you. Now, sis. Don't think I'm going against you.
Yeah,
I
for
was just
sure,
giving
for
you
sure. You
another.
can try to clear that up.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I had to clean it up, man. You know what? Because I don't want you to think I'm never going against you. You will know I'm trying to correct some things or give you another insight, just like you do the same to me. That's why we good. We good. Go ahead, sis.
All right, let
Fire.
me let this finish out. Because I'm trying to find something else while I'm looking for it. But if I can't find it, I'm gonna have to play cuz situation. But I want to find the physical article myself, which I've been having a hard time finding. All right, so anyway, I'm gonna send that to my email to let this play in the meantime, and then we could play that video, and then it's you just kind of have some dialogue. I kind of want to get into this whole FBA business a little bit, and we could talk about a lot of stuff.
And this
Come to power or come to something.
yeah.
Now, in my education of journalism, psychology, communication, media, and public relations,
Hold on, let me send this.
I was well
Slope. They got forcefully removed to Oklahoma.
Y'all gotta come connect with some tribes.
See,
come to power.
And what I noticed was his man, like, y'all gotta come connect. Woo, woo, woo. But the other guy, he's trying to deny. But his man's, he ain't deny because he knows it's the truth.
Or come to something.
Yeah.
Now, in my education of journalism, psychology, communication, media, and public relations, I was well trained with this type of psychology, this type of deflection, media training. Did you see how he said we had trade routes with Pacific Islanders and Africans? That was his way to insinuate, without saying it, the only way Black presenting people who are indigenous can be in these lands is because we had trade with them and maybe they made it with us. But he didn't come out and fully say it that way. That was his way of shutting Charlemagne down. Now, I want you guys to know, now it's no secret, a lot of you Black presenting indigenous folks, even on the, the South Side, Southeastern Woodland Indians, listen, just come out and say it. A lot of these natives are racist. Now, I'm not saying that they're racist. I don't know them particularly. But what I do know is that when I'm on the internet being harassed by Native Americans, 9 times out of 10, the tribe I'm being harassed by is the Lakota tribe. And they are from that tribe. They are the main ones taunting, being racist and prejudiced. So I find it extra insidious that these natives, especially the ones that come from that tribe, are always on the internet telling people what they're not,
crazy,
calling people bad names, and then they want to leech onto.
Yeah.
Sis, what's crazy is that he said the Lakota or the Dakota or the Nakota, which is Dakota today and the Lakotas over there in that region. What's crazy is that they are the Siouan people, correct? But the Siouan come from the Sioux. All right, so now, or vice versa. So now we see their origins over here in South Carolina before the Trail of Tears. They're one of the groups that left and went over that region. But they came out of South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia area. It wasn't North Carolina back then. It wasn't no South Carolina. It was just Carolina and Virginia. You know what I mean? So just in case you know that your boy way around versus with this. I'm serious with it. I'm surgical. But the suing is coming out of the South mid region. You know what I mean? Southeast, if that's what you want to call it, but it's coming from upper South Carolina into North Carolina into Virginia. They got that low band at the same time. You got the Algonquin and the Iroquois. You got the Sioux in that low region.
Oh, you without a little.
They became the Lakotas and the Dakotas. Big facts. I mean, like, you know, yeah, sis. I'm gonna just find it. I'm gonna just find it in this book and show you. Go ahead, sis.
Now you good. You good. You good.
Hip hop culture that was not created by them. You know, it's very ironic how things are going on nowadays. I find that very offensive, especially from people from that tribe. Listen, Black Americans, Indigenous Americans, this isn't a long video. I'm going to have some more videos about Indigenous American topics later on, but I just wanted to show you the deflection tactic, that the only way he was going to acknowledge what Charlemagne said was by saying, alluding in your window, that perhaps they mix with people during trade. Now, it's funny because a lot of Native Americans always look at Black presenting Indigenous folks and say, well, you come from Africa because your hair is this and your nose is this and your lips is this and your skin color is this. So Africa supposedly has a patent on these features, supposedly. Now, we all know who do research that Black presenting people are all around the world because Black people are the original man around the world. A lot of people dislike that fact. But listen, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if Black presenting people are African because of their features, then surely these Native Americans are Asian because of their features. I mean, do you really think you grew out of the back of a turtle? You just sprouted up over here in these lands? Because surely Asia has a patent on your features. So are you acting as if you didn't migrate over here to these lands? I'm just going by their logic. What's unsaid, you know, media training, psychology, you know. Look, I want my page to serve as an, I would say, outlet, you know, a safe place, a safe haven for Indigenous Black Americans, American Indians. We all have our different terms, you know, so much going on nowadays. This is a no hate space. But I will say, being on this internet, you would think that majority of the hate that we will receive comes from white people. In my experience, it comes from Native Americans the most, in my experience. And then there's some Black foreigners, of course, who just don't like Black Americans, but that's neither here nor there. But we're on the topic of Indigenous rap, so it's just extra insidious that these people, especially from this tribe, they're trying to cosplay and now cloak themselves in our culture. It's very funny. Send it up.
Yep, that is diabolical. And when I went over there on the Breakfast Club, Lil John, I made a comment. I said, man, they always trying to deflect from the truth. Anytime Black indigeneity is brought up or the so-called Black Americans being brought back home, it's always a problem for these people. It's not our fault that y'all went to Indian schools and you want to claim what was passed down. No, what was passed down to you was learned through Indian schools. It was not because of anything that really pertained to this land, but something that you were given. And then you want to pout your lips as if we're telling lies, as if we don't know the truth. You know, we know the truth now. And it is nothing that anybody's going to be able to do to stop this movement. Now, I've been seeing a lot of talk too, you know what I'm saying, in regard to FBA and, you know, different things like that. I actually had a good conversation. I ain't gonna even hold you with an FBA brother. And he was cool. You know what I mean? And he felt like he just wanted us all to be family. And he, you know, he wanted all of us to come together. and like not really try to focus so much on the ideologies, but rather focus on how we can come together. And yes, we do need to focus on that, but we do have to put a focus on lineage and our genealogy and the history that comes from that, because I think a lot of people will discover, I think that we accept, a lot of us, we accept the slave narrative, we accept the slave trade narrative without doing proper research. Yes, there's such thing as POWs, prisoners of war, and all of those things that did exist on these lands. But we have to look at how that played out for your family as an individual. Because when we look at, because like from my understanding, FBA and ADOS and all of them, they kind of want to fight for reparations. And yes, there is reparations that need to be fought for. Absolutely. There's I think that the slave narrative around reparations is what has to be corrected, because there were so many other things going on in this country that yes, our people need to be, that needs to be repaired, and things need to be paid, and things need to be restored. Absolutely. But I really do think that if people truly looked into their family, they will not find slave owners and things like, they won't find that. Because what has to be proven is the idea around your family coming from Africa. That has to be proven, first of all. And then the second thing that has to be proven is that you came from a descendancy of slaves. That all has to be proven and documented for that to even take place. I think people think it's as simple as a snap. And it's not that simple. It's something that you really have to go through, date of births. You got to go through cities, towns, death certificates. You have to go through so much documentation, making sure, these things connect. If there's different spellings in the last name, we got to make sure that that's correct. Making sure that that's the same people, because you can have the same last name and then it's spelled different, got an extra M on the shit, whatever's going on. So there's so much to the research that has to be understood before an outright claim is being made. Because I think that whole slave narrative puts people in a trick bag, in my opinion, when it comes down to actually receiving something for what happened to our people. Now, the reclassification, the discrimination, the redlining, the all of those things that took place in our lands, yes, those things need to be repaired and paid, because you stripped us of an identity and of our worth and of who we are and of our birthright. And that needs to be repaid. But I think, like, when it comes down to the FBA situation, and I don't have anything against FBA, and I'm happy that, like that even they are trying to tap back into their indigenous roots, but a lot of them still claiming the slave boat, and I can't rock with that, because I want to, like, every time people are telling their stories, I want to hear these people talk about the boat that their ancestors came off and what year that happened. I want to hear that, because if we're going to make claims to this and if they're making a movement where they're going to tie themselves to that, then it needs to be established. And it's not. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's my take on it. I think that, it's getting a lot of buzz and it's getting a lot of movement, and that's cool. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't about to be like acting like I'm 100% for it, because I know, like that narrative of being from Africa is something that, the pioneers, everybody that bust down these doors, have been trying to break away from for so long, that all it does is just keeps us in a revolving door of going back to that same point over and over again. Now we got to continue to say, hey, only 90,000 Africans made it to the American landmass, and that's all alleged.
Man, it's a theory, sis. And on your point, the trans trade narrative or theory backs up evolution, saying that everybody that's dark came from Africa and they migrated out of Africa. But when they do a real American DNA,
Albert Perry and them boys, they see, oh, it's no lineage tied to Africa. That rewrites science. Huh? That rewrites science, sis.
Yep. Science is science in this term, in this OTK, but science in this context is context and talking about our history is a huge joke. And it's sick to me that
it's pseudoscience to it's pseudoscience to us.
And we're supposed to accept that. We're supposed to accept that as a rite of passage because science said this. When has science ever been absolute? These people change the story like they change draws. Some of them might not change their draws, but y'all get the point.
Big facts.
It's like it's like, how are we supposed to like, that's the thing. And then they make it seem like, oh, you know, everybody was snatched away. No one was able to document this. You were just a slave to them. And I always ask them, so a slave is not supposed to be healthy? I have to ask these people this stuff because they don't think logically. Like any type of, okay, for example, when you go to the store and buy something out the store, you're not gonna buy nothing that's opened or cracked or the motherfucking box is broke or the packaging is torn. You're not going to do that. And you need to have that same logic when we're talking about slaves and their condition. You are not going to not put care into them because they're just slaves. No, that's not how that works. They still have to drink. They still have to eat. They still have to have their bodies durable to do work. I posed this question today when I was over there talking in my TV about, it's interesting how these stories intertwine. They're talking about, okay, all the Indians were killed off, and then they ran all the way over there to Africa for 90 days to get slaves and come back to do the same work. Miss me with it. I can't.
And to address Bad Saint too, sis.
Hey, sis.
Excuse me.
You all my good girls in the chat.
And Bad Saint, you said FB creating confusion, just like the Moors. Furthermore, the solution misclassification is another misclassification.
Now she said,
sis, I'm gonna tell you, like,
OTK.
I don't think that the FBAs are creating a division or you know what I mean? Because the F in FBA is foundational. So they already telling you they indigenous, but in so many words. So I don't think that they're causing a divide right now. They ain't causing no division. We just trying to understand them right now. You know what I mean? We already done body bag the Moors, them boys, made them rethink all of that. These Hebrew Israelites with this 12 charge, we gonna make them you know what I mean, through all that. But
she didn't say, she said confusion. She said FBA is creating confusion, just like the motherfucking Moors. Furthermore, the solution to misclassification is not another motherfucking misclassification.
I didn't want to get into all the MFing and all that.
Yeah.
So I was just telling her, like, I don't think it's FBA that's creating
but they are creating, how they not?
Because I think they're claiming this.
Some of them do, but not all of them.
Last time I checked, they was claiming, but one at a time. Work on them one at a time. If they claiming foundational and they claiming that they're indigenous here, and what you will find them, they're saying black because they not trying to say they trying to give away all the credit that was given to blacks or African Americans. And then you got ones that's claiming that, yeah, they descendants of slaves from Africa, or they got African descendancy. Those the ones that they on their side. It's two different sides of FBA, y'all. In case y'all didn't know, it's two different sides of FBA. You got one saying they're indigenous, and we ain't giving that black name up or whatever like that because it's too much great shit done been up underneath black. And then you got, Tariq saying, yo, yeah, we descended of slave, but we a new people today. That continental Pan-African shit. You know what I'm saying? We see through that. We understand. But it's two separate groups. In case y'all didn't know, they're definitely divided within themselves. So that's why I say it can never cause no confusion amongst the American Indian. You know what I mean? Because the only way confusion can happen amongst American Indian is somebody telling us we ain't who we are. You feel me? But yeah, check out the movements, y'all. It's two different movements going on right now within the FBA community, y'all. Just check it out. Check it out.
But I do feel like on the side of where I hear certain rhetoric around, they're believing that they're indigenous, but a lot of them still claim African descent. So that's what got to be straightened. You know what I'm saying? I think that it is catching a lot of attention, and this is the history page right here. This is the website, so maybe we could read for ourselves what they are claiming that the history.
Blow it up, sis.
All right, sis. Let me see if I can make it bigger.
No, bad saying. I'm just letting you know because I know the FBA movement came out of. It came out of the first ADOS, which was African descendants of slavery. But what fucked them up is that the white people was able to claim the same thing. So then that's when they tried to change it to American descendants of slavery. They was able to claim the same thing up underneath that. That's why those movements died off. Because guess who got raised in those times? Do y'all research. So now they're trying to find a new way. That's where FBA was started. It started out of the ADOS, which was two different movements. One was African descendants of slaves. The next one was American descendants of slaves. And the European had claims to both of them shit. The black slave owners have then big facts. I'm telling you, that's what killed that movement. And now we see coming back out now. It's the same movement, but now they clearing it up to foundational black American. But go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I fully hear what you're saying. And I know, and I remember the ADOS movement. I think it was by that light-skinned lady, that was doing that movement. And I think they had like a falling out, her and Tariq Nasheed. But it's interesting to me because I've heard Tariq Nasheed say that, he speaks on the Aboriginal persons in America and things like that. And they understand that, but it's like to me, from what I be hearing, is that the message is that they mixed in like the original indigenous Black Americans who were here, the original indigenous who were of copper colored complexion, mixed in with the Africans who came in on slave boats, and now there's this whole idea around what they called an ethnogenesis. So that's my understanding of it. Now it's just created a completely different ethnic group. And that's what they're saying.
Do we have a definition of ethno?
We could pull that up. But that's what they say. I ain't say it, I ain't say it. That's FBA. That they say that we had something called an ethnogenesis. So we could pull that up before I read what their the history is. I can definitely do that. So let's see. So just off a quick Google search, it says ethnogenesis is a noun. It says the formation or emergence of an ethnic group. The formation or emergence of an ethnic group attempts to reconstruct the ethnogenesis of the peoples of Siberia. Ethnogenesis in African Americans refers to the unique development of their distinct ethnic identity through a combination of their African heritage and the experiences of slavery, Jim Crow, and the civil rights movement in the United States. So, I don't
So
know how.
therefore, ethnogenesis is a theory off of stories, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you read just now,
It's
sis.
a formation.
In other
Yeah.
words,
It was something that's
right.
formulated.
It was
Something
an
that,
experience. Right.
yeah.
Right. Go ahead, sis. You
But yeah,
cooking. You cooking.
but the way that they were, the way that they were putting it was that this was something that occurred through the mixing with Africans who came off the slave boat and with the original indigenous so-called blacks that was here. That's how we come. That's how we end up being foundational Black Americans. Now I could pull up some of the stuff of him saying it versus me, But anyway, let's just read through this real quick. It looks like a little brief read.
Go ahead.
It says,
Blow it up a little bit bigger. Blow it up a little bigger, sis.
"You must be blinded in the back."
You good. No, you gotta think other people looking, baby. Other
Okay.
people watching, not me and you. Go ahead, sis.
All right. So it says foundational Black Americans are the proud descendants of Black men and women who endured and survived one of the greatest atrocities in human history, American slavery. These resilient ancestors built the United States from the ground up, laying the foundation for the nation's economic, political, and cultural development. However, the rich history of FBA did not begin in 1619 with the arrival of enslaved Black people in Virginia. It began nearly a century earlier. In 1526, Spanish colonizer Lucas Vasquez de Ayllón brought the first documented enslaved Black people to the shores of what is now South Carolina and the Georgia coastline. Shortly after their arrival, these enslaved Black people courageously revolted against their captors, leading to the collapse of the Spanish settlement. The surviving Spaniards retreated to the Caribbean, leaving behind the liberated Black people. These free Black people integrated with local Native American societies, marking a pivotal and often overlooked chapter in the lineage and cultural evolution of foundational Black Americans. Since that defining moment in 1526, the culture and identity of foundational Black Americans have been deeply rooted in building resilience, resistance, and an unwavering fight for justice. This spirit of perseverance and ingenuity has shaped every aspect of American society, from infrastructure and agriculture to music, art, and political activism. FBA are an exceptional people whose enduring legacy continues to inspire generations. It's important to clarify that Foundational Black Americans is not a group or an organization, and there is no designated leader of FBA. FBA is a lineage-based designation that specifically refers to the over 43 million Black Americans who are direct descendants of freedmen, the formerly enslaved Black people who were emancipated in the United States. This lineage represents a unique and unbroken connection to the foundational builders of this nation. We honor and celebrate the rich culture, history. Y'all. We honor and celebrate the rich history, cultural contributions, and unyielding strength of foundational Black Americans. This recognition is not only a tribute to our ancestors, but also a commitment to preserving and advancing the legacy they established. So now that he's, selling his hats. So, yeah. So that's what that says. So what do we know about this 1526 Spanish colonizer Lucas Vasquez de Ayllón?
Leon. Yeah, Lucas Valeon. But the thing is, where he came in at, he was with supposedly DeSoto. And he got his ass kicked. They all got their ass kicked. This when they met T. Tuscaloosa and T. Kopaceki. You know what I mean? Up in this region. And we got to understand what region they're saying. They're saying South Carolina and Georgia coastline. So at this time in the 1500s, the Carolina extended damn near all the way to Texas. So that's why that's why I be showing maps, sis, so people can understand when we read these people writing these things, we can understand where they're talking about. So with that being said, once they got ran out of there, they try to put another colony on the waterfront, like on the Atlantic Ocean, what they would call Carolina, but then they got ran out of there. But when they say Georgia and South Carolina coastline, that would be like what Savannah, now today Savannah. And that's why they never had no colony in the North America except Florida. The Spanish only had colonies in Florida. The Portuguese never had no colonies in North America. So yeah, that's what they talking about. They talking about the Spaniards. Big facts. And that's what they said. The Spaniards retreated. And they got a story. One of your first Pocahontas story is King Kopaceki niece. His sister, daughter got caught by DeSoto. And so DeSoto didn't get killed. He held her hostage until he made it safely, but she escaped and got away. Now, this is before your Pocahontas story. And everybody can look it up. It's called Queen Kopaceki. And this is one of your first Pocahontas story. Like, Pocahontas, she married her dude, and you know what I mean? But this dude, DeSoto, grabbed her, you know what I mean, in order to have a safe voyage to get up out of there because it was going to kill him. And with it now today, South Carolina, Georgia, but Alabama, Mississippi area, up in that area right there today, because it wouldn't know Mississippi or Alabama or no none of that, sis. You know what I mean? So yeah. And I can give everybody the source for that though. But go ahead, sis. This is
but
crazy.
I think it's always important to I agree, and I think that it's important that we look at the website and we look at the information for ourselves, and we kind of see what it's about, and then we can kind of break it down and kind of decipher this and kind of just try and understand it. I think that it's kind of still perpetuating the same idea around that people were obviously integrating with these quote unquote Native American societies, and I think all of that is cap when we know that it was civilization already here, and it wasn't called Native American civilization. Like I just don't for one second buy the idea that the Asian Chino people were here and enslaving our people at any capacity. I mean, I don't know how you feel about it, OTK, but like to me, like when we
say that again, sis. Say that again real quick.
No, I was saying that in my opinion, we've been here since time immemorial. Let's put it like that. Since time began. And we've seen like the documentation, and we've seen where these people that do the research into archaeology and all of these different things, where they found different tools and things in these lands 500 years before the Siberians migrated over the ice land bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that
they don't even know if that's true though,
sis. Is that true? Exactly. That still even has to be figured out, because we don't know if they really crossed that land bridge to get here at all. Y'all could have just got here with everybody else.
Now, one thing that they do know, they know the fucking animals that was found here ended up in other countries, and they can say they took that land bridge.
Yeah.
Hold up. See, people don't know about the animal land bridge that they took and went to other countries and shit like that. That's why you see our animals were there. Huh? They don't talk about that, sis. So they flip the narrative and say that, you know, they came across here because they was hunting. They was following animals or whatever like that. You feel me? And one thing I know about animals, when they doing migration, they always return back from which they came from. So if an animal is migrating to Americas and you're following them, that should let you know that they came from here. I mean, these are dead giveaways, and this is their modern science. Word. So
I just think it's just a lot to unpack. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, I think it, like, I appreciate what, you know, what it's trying to do, but I think at the same time, it's kind of putting us back in the box that we've been trying to get out of, which is that we don't come from Africa. No one brought us anywhere, and that we've been home, and we're always going to be home. I think that kind of, you know, I think that they have to straighten that out, is all I'm saying. You know, they have to straighten that out. That has to be straightened. Because if it doesn't
come around, I have a feeling they're gonna come around to that. You know what I mean? That's what I asked Bat. Like, yo, and Bat was like, yeah, I need to talk to Tariq about that. You know what I mean? I want to have that conversation with him. You know what I mean? So hopefully they'll come around. But you know how we go. You know what I mean? We don't believe none of these narratives or none of that, sis. You know what I mean? We only know what we can prove.
Yep.
No
That's
belief.
for sure. And like, I know people got their issues, and people got, you know, a lot of things. It's like it's a lot of emotional ties to holding on to this narrative around the slave trade and different things like that. I know there's a lot of people have connected a lot of their mental anguish to this narrative, you know, and I think it keeps a sense of suppression in our spirit about who we are, and it keeps us kind of engulfed in this idea that this is our history and this is the end all be all of that, and we shouldn't be trying to act like, I guess they want us to feel like we still have some type of attachment to some form of African descent. I think that that's where I just disagree at all the way. Like, I believe, yeah, I just don't agree with it. Like, you know, I get what they're trying to do. It's like, but to me, you're still validating the lies that have been told. And I think that, you know, if there is no proof that, and I'm talking about proof within your family, because most people can't prove it. Most people can't find a slave boat they go back to. They try to act like they do, but they be lying.
I say,
but like,
give them time.
And I'm dead serious about that. Show the slave boat your folks came off of. What year did this take place?
And
how many of them was it?
Yeah, what port did you disembark? What port did you embark? And what port did you disembark? We need to see this. It's heavily documented.
As they
you
say.
know what I mean? In case y'all didn't know, slave voyages act like they heavily documented, and people don't even know these people was coming from the top part of Africa, or what they would call Africa, the continent, and going right down to the south. They was
It
getting
was so
transported right
sneaky.
down to the south, embark and
There you
disembark
go.
in the same
There you go.
goddamn.
That's why they try to be so sneaky on that website. And that people don't really look at
Word.
all the disembarkations from South Carolina.
Right.
From South
Mm-hmm.
Carolina. Are y'all insane? Is
This
y'all
y'all
cool?
crazy. We not
Is y'all
falling.
cool?
We not falling. Hey, shout out to all my South Carolinians. You know what I'm talking about? Hey man, your boy OTK know the truth. Y'all need some South Carolinian history? Just hit me up, man. You know what I'm talking about. Hit my sister up. If y'all want some DMV history, my sister's getting well versed in the DMV areas where she's learning all of the bullshit that went on. To where once she says something, we can go deeper into something. You know what I mean? And now, sis, I just want to let you know I appreciate you to the fullest, sis. For
Appreciate you.
real. I love you, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. I love the fuck out you. For real.
I love you too, OTK. You already know. This is something that, I'm passionate about. Y'all know I've been doing my master's program, so I've been kind of having to chill out. And then y'all already know what happened with the big blowout a couple weeks ago. Child. So I just been trying to focus on my little school work. The semester almost over. And hopefully we'll finally catch a break, like the first week of December. But, I just kind of wanted to, me and OTK decided to tap in with the family because we haven't been on like together in a while. And, we just kind of wanted to touch on some things that was on our mind, things that we've been seeing lately, and, just conversations that we've been hearing, in the bushes or whatever, just about a lot of this stuff going on. And I do believe that, yes, we do need to teach our people, and we do need to be willing to educate our people about certain narratives that they may not be fully versed in. I think a lot of times we do have a problem with learning from one another, because sometimes a lot of us feel like we got all the answers and we know everything, but we don't. And we all need to be willing to embrace each other and try to learn and try to come from a perspective where we're open to learning. Like, I just think that, you have to be willing to look for the proof and the validity behind what's being said to you. Like, if it ain't no Africans in your family, that's okay. Because it's not. That's the reality of it. You can't find no Africans, but you can find all your indigenous relatives. It will never
Right.
add up in terms of genealogy.
And
It'll
that's
never
the
add
thing.
up.
And that's the thing. They got to be able to show us in a genealogy that exists. Not no research paper done by no university, not no
Yeah.
none of that. I'm talking about your actual census record or something like that, or a will that shows that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And listen, I'm gonna tell y'all like this: just because you got one so-called African who maybe came from the Caribbeans, 9 times out of 10 came from the Caribbeans or the Carib Islands or something like that, mixing with your family, that don't make your whole family that. When you're over 10 generations, 20 generations deep of American Indian, what the hell? That's that Bible shit. You are with your man. Listen, dog. We a matriotic society over here.
Yep.
You are what your mother is. Big facts. That's why a mama can find her son. You feel me?
It's always gonna be mama's baby, okay?
Mm-hmm. Mama's baby, daddy's baby. You already know. And shout out to American Holocaust. Holocaust. Our family reunions are not African nothing. We all know soul food, soul music, soulful creative, speaking in soulful love bonds. Big facts. Shout out to you, man. If it's your first time on the channel, appreciate you. You know what I mean? This is my sister Charise channel. I'm just an ad-lib there. I'm just
Yeah, shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody that came through. We love y'all down. Y'all know
great,
that.
You know. Behind every good man is a good woman. Behind every good woman is a good.
Yeah, I found this little. Y'all, that's the only thing blue.
And I'm gonna say,
OTK, your little stuff be going in and out. I thought you was done. My bad. Go ahead.
My bad. Our birthday the same date. You know what I mean? Different years. And this is my sister, her and her twin, and we got a connectional bond, like for real. This is my sis. We talk about everything. For real. Go ahead, sis.
I found this little piece of information he was presenting interesting too. I've been trying to find this little article though. I can't seem to locate it, but I'm going to.
Get in here, get in here. Here goes some random facts that you may not know about. All secrets shall be revealed. Did you know the federal court already ruled that we the Indians? Literally? Well, go ahead and take a screenshot of this right here. Go ahead and take a screenshot. And let's watch the Native Americans be mad. Ah! Now, I took a close-up of this screenshot. And let me show you something about to blow your mind. American Indian sovereignty is over because we said it was. The U.S. government says Negro are Cherokee Indians. But watch this. Watch this. Watch this. The Negro won again. 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 No human being on earth will ever be allowed to deny the Negro anything. Even the fact that he's not an Indian. So they can't deny that we're not an Indian. And no Indian nation is sovereign now. Boom! Negroes are Indian by federal court. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Let's move on, shall we? But before I continue, if you'd like to donate $1, I greatly appreciate it. But all secrets shall be revealed. Go ahead and take a screenshot. And as you can see, newspaper articles is what they brought into the courtroom. And these is one of them. The Indian woman, as you see, she's dark-skinned, right? Dark-skinned, right? Dark-skinned, right? So we're in the newspaper. Jot it down, literally. Have you ever heard of the Book of Mormons? Well, they said that we are the lost tribe of Israel. What you didn't know, they had copper-colored Mormons in Utah, reservations, the church, right? Indians that mapped North America, showed them a lot of hidden places where a lot of Egyptian mummies was found. Even there's a book that says The Great American Switch. The biggest lie in history. Even in the indigenous mother culture of Pyramid Mound Society, where they already said that we was the merge. Well, what happened to the M-O-O-R-O? But it's M-U-U-R-O. Mound builders, Moo, right? Go ahead and take a screenshot. Now, what do they call Frederick Douglass? What do they call him? What did they call him? What name he was known for? They call him the Little Indian Boy. And that's one of the reasons why they won too, because he spoke and said, we are the Indians. We are the Indians. Native American descent. Potomac Indians. Uh-oh, that's what he was? Not only that, they had the documents inside the courtroom, and 1854, where California classified Chinese peoples as Indians. Go ahead and take a screenshot. Let's continue. Now, we even had settlements, and look at this right here. This even in Hampton, Virginia, where black people's names was on the documents of the true owner of Hampton, Virginia. Now, we even came to court with the Dancing Rabbit Treaty, which was the first treaty of the first Indian Removal Treaty, the very first, and the Native Americans was not involved. So if you mad Native Americans, oh well, that's on you. If you'd like to donate $1, I greatly appreciate it.
Man, he diabolical. Y'all donate $1 to my man. OTK. So what do you think about that one particular thing that I thought stood out was the copper-colored Mormons? Because, I mean, what do you know? Do you know anything about that? Because I do find that interesting, though. But he spit a lot in that one little situation. So now we know how these Chinese people became Native Americans. We understand why a lot of this stuff is going on and how we've been basically usurped out of our position by these people. And that's what we are trying to put a stop to at this moment. We're not claiming anything but the homeland, Slim. We're not claiming anything but the mainland. We're not going for that nonsense anymore. At least I'm not. Yeah, could be. Now, I know there was some dialogue within that the Mormon situation, or like that Mormon religion, where they were speaking on the indigenous people being us. But I know a lot of that documentation, I've been trying to find it. It hasn't really been available, which I find crazy. Hold on, let me show y'all a couple more things too. Like, I do like when people put the videos on TikTok. The lives, though, they be having me wanting to kill.
I don't know nothing else. I wasn't eating chitlins when I was in Africa. Huh? I wasn't eating watermelon when I was in Africa. Huh? I wasn't wearing zoot suits when I was in Africa. I wasn't getting my hair cut when I was in Africa. This bitch is my mama. And yours too. Except I know it's mine.
What do you mean by America's my mama?
One more time.
I don't know nothing else. I wasn't eating chitlins when I was in Africa. Huh? I wasn't eating watermelon when I was in Africa. Huh? I wasn't wearing zoot suits when I was in Africa. I wasn't getting my hair cut when I was in Africa. This bitch is my mama. And yours too. Except I know it's mine.
Except I know it's mine. And where I also found interested on that other video when he said Potomac. Like, obviously that's spelled Potomac, which we know as in the DMV area as Potomac, Maryland. So I'm like, dang, we've been pronouncing that wrong. Because that part of Potomac, it's a little, I mean, Potomac, Maryland is pretty far from me. I would say it's like a little minute when you drive out to Potomac, Maryland. Let me see. Hold on. How far is Potomac, Maryland? Or Potomac, Maryland? Okay, catch it. Potomac. I'm going to start calling it that from now on. Let me go to my maps real quick. I wish I could pull my maps up on the screen. I need to learn how to do that. Yeah, Potomac, Maryland, not that far, actually. That's about 30 minutes away from DC. Potomac, Maryland. But we got to overstand, y'all. And like, this live ain't to bash nobody one way or another. You know what I'm saying? This live is about getting the truth out, trying to understand the truth, and being able to decipher it. That's it.
People talk about these, but you gotta have the receipts. Roll the coin. You see that? The Negroes in the Chickasaw Nation are making elaborate preparations for a general exodus, exile to Oklahoma, where they will start back farming again. Why are Negro Indians getting moved to Oklahoma? That's the Trail of Tears. This is.
Oh man, why they hating on the video? Oh, don't hate on my man. We know the truth now. Hold on, let me see, y'all. All right, let's see. Oh, speaker down here.
Roll the corn. You see that? The Negroes in the Chickasaw Nation are making elaborate preparations for a general exodus, exile to Oklahoma, where they will start back farming again. Why are Negro Indians getting moved to Oklahoma? That's the Trail of Tears. This is the Indian Removal Act. That's how they got to Tulsa to build Black Wall Street later in the 1830s. People talk about this, but you gotta have the receipt. We know the truth now.
Yeah, shout out to
See, other people talk about this,
shout
but
out
you gotta
to the truth now, and everybody over there on TikTok doing their thing. But I mean, that's why I was trying to go back to that Trail of Tears talk. OTK must have had to step away for a second. But there's so much that we have to understand about what really took place and what happened with our people. Like, especially the people that's still here on the southeastern seaboard. And yes, our people are from all over the United States, absolutely. But I still argue that a lot of our people started on this side and migrated out everywhere else. Some people did start in California, though. So I can't say people ain't start in other places, because they did. But a good majority of us did start over here on this side. A good majority. I'm not going to say all. I'm going to just say a good majority. Because I learned what saying all get you in this damn situation. But yeah, that Potomac took me out. Because we always say Potomac, like Potomac Gardens, or we always say Potomac. But I'm like, dang, Potomac that's correct. That's correct. So y'all, man, I hope y'all enjoying the live, and put some sunflowers in the chat if y'all enjoying the stream. I just think that it's just a lot of straightening that got to get done. There's a lot of straightening with what's my girl? What's the girl? Who came up with all non-blacks to the back? With her, there's a lot of straightening that got to happen with all these people, because I think they be missing it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, like the song was a bold statement that she made. And, and I'm not going to act like I'm completely against what she was trying to do, but it's like, we can't keep trying to include everybody. Like, it has to be a situation where it's for us, by us, and that's all it is to it. Like, I know it's people who don't agree with the Sulon name or whatever, that people don't agree with that. I know, let me see. Just let me look briefly, y'all, because I know that there was some commentary about Miss Non-Blacks to the back, because she was making some funny little interesting statements, because a lot of the Americans was getting on her ass about it. So let's see what I can pull up about from my baby Ken Nodaway.
Black Americans, Indigenous Americans, American Indians. It is I, Kenadawe, TikTok's borders are the 5th great grandson of Nat Turner, one of the greatest freedom fighters of all time. Listen, we got to talk about Mona Leo being on Deontay Kyle's podcast, talking about Solon, talking about Pan-Africanism. We need to talk about identity. Now, when we talk about identity, we have to start off by knowing who we're talking to, because that's very important. So a little bit about me. I identify as an Indigenous American, American Indian. I use the term Black American with Black Americans only. You understand what I'm saying? I am not bi-ethnic. I'm not bi-cultural. I am not biracial. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now listen, African Americans can be Black Americans, but Black Americans aren't all African American. African American was popularized in 1988 by Jesse Jackson. African American was officially put on the USA Census nationwide year 2000.
Yep.
Understand what I'm saying? So listen, there's nothing wrong with Pan-Africanism, but the problem arises that Mona Leo and Dante Kyle, they may be undermining a group of people consciously or subconsciously. Now, listen, I have a bachelor's degree in journalism, minor in psychology, master's degree in communication media with a specialization in public relations. I don't mince my words. I mean exactly what I say. Now, listen, all Black Americans don't see eye to eye when it comes to these terms, Solon, FBA, and ADOS. But this is what you need to know. This is what you got to understand. These terms, Solon, FBA, and ADOS, were all created to delineate breaking away from Pan-Africanism, breaking away from this fake African diaspora or the Black diaspora around the world. The reasoning, because they need reparations, restorative justice, specific policies for the lineage, birthrights. You claim these things lawfully by way of lineage.
That's what
So
I
there is
said.
no unity and utopia, because
that's what I said. That's how we got to be claimed. That's how we're going to take it back. That's the only way. We can't claim a land that we're not from and think that they're going to pay, or think that anybody is going to pay out. Like, the story it has to be straightened. I think what's, and I'm going to speak to something True said on Smoke Signal channel, because he went off that night. And it's a lot of things that he said that I really wasn't agreeing with. Something has to be done. Because, yeah, we could get in these spaces and we can whoop, whoop, whoop all day long. But if there's not a movement in place where we are confronting the powers that be about this reclassification and these misnomers that have been tagged on our people, we're never going to get off of the internet arguing with other folks about it. It's like, how can we be from a continent where the name that they're using for that continent is not even the original name? And then anytime anything is brought up about this place, or if anybody is from this place, there's always a village in Africa. Well, what country is this village in? I think that there's so much left off. There's not enough evidence to support what they're trying to convey to us. But see, they know that most of us ain't going to really look into it. They know we ain't going to go and try to figure out the truth. They know that we'll hold on to whatever it is they want to tell us about who the hell we are, versus us going to find out for ourselves and then confronting them on the misinformation that's being put in history books, that's being taught on television, that's being put in the minds of people all across the world. And then people all across the world think that they could come at us about us not being from America truly. I think that there's some slight confusion. Like I said, it has to be straightened out. If I say I'm from DC, bitch, I'm from DC. If OTK say he's from South Carolina, he's from South Carolina. Why is there always a debate? No, but where are you really from? I just told you where I'm really from. Like, what? And I hate that these narratives have been placed on our people. And it's such a heartbreaking thing, because it's like now, like, that's why I said, like, there just has to be some straightening being done, because like the American Indian paradigm has worked so hard to, and the people within that paradigm has done a lot of research and worked so hard to remove themselves and to remove our people from this mindset of Africanism and everything being African. Everything that we do is all African influence. It is not. It is not. And I think that it's a lot of work that's been done, but there's a lot more work that has to be done. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot more work that has to be done. And yes, things are going to cost money to do. Things are going to take time. Things are going to need to be organized. There's going to need to be more Zoom calls and more organization around that. A lot of stuff got to be done. We have to connect. We need lawyers on our side. We need politicians. You need everything and everybody in the fold, because we have too much representation that is not us. For example, the governor of Maryland, he comes from 2 Cubano immigrant parents. Why would he care about giving Black Americans reparations? His plight and his identity, he does not identify along the lines of us. He don't, because he's from Cuba. The immigrant experience will never be our experience. And we can't for 1 second think that we could trust people with these types of backgrounds in political office. We need authentic people from our land, because if we don't, we're going to continue to see a bunch of problems and a bunch of people trying to block us and stop us and come out against us and talk, oh, get your DNA test, do this, do that, woo, woo, woo. DNA has been debunked. We've debunked it so many times. Yet you still got people trying to come up there and talk about DNA testing as if it's some type of viable evidence to support African lineage or heritage. Are you insane? Is you cool? You got people trying to compare DNA testing to jabs, to HIV testing, to any type of medical test. I mean, our people are all over the place. And it got to change.
So-called Black Americans, and we know who Black Americans are. We don't have to play all those games. Black Americans were not made a protected class in the United States of America. The variable that Black Americans built and were already over here pre-slavery and colonization. Therefore, other Black presenting people around the world, whether they're continental Africans or Caribbeans, can come here and cosplay. We've seen a lot of them saying that they're Black American or African American, which are nuanced lineage ethnic groups. You understand what I'm saying? Solon, FBA, and ADOS were created to delineate. So if you are a Black American or African American taking on the names of these 3 groups, and you're talking about unity and Pan-Africanism, you are in direct violation of the movement and the mission. Now, I want to also talk about Indigenous Americans, American Indians, who are also not Pan-African and not with all that shit either. I support all groups that are delineating because you paved the way for everyone to benefit. None of our ancestors, especially Nat Turner, would have never imagined that people who are Black presenting, or even other immigrants who are POC, would come to our variable and talk against us and undermine us and disrespect us, get in places of power, vote against reparations, not hire Black Americans, say, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. We came here with nothing. Why can't you? But however, we know we have exposed that many immigrants, including Black immigrants, come here with some type of government assistance. Peruse through my page. Spread this video around to the powers that be. Save it, favor it, like it, share it, because we have to talk about it. Let's get into Mona Leo and Deontay Powell being disingenuous.
Listen, I'm gonna say this about the sex salon though. So I love the way you approached it, right? Okay. I love how you tailored it to yourself with the pink Black American Heritage flag. But I also love the fact that you included all the flags throughout the diaspora. I think the thing that I don't like about FBA and ADOS is it seeks to isolate us as African Americans, as people who are descendants of slaves. Because Salon is actually in that same lineage, like it's the same textbook definition. People who are indigenous descendants of slaves, specifically in America, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But
without the segregation. It's an inclusion, right? There's a soul, so like it's a whole thing,
and it
right?
dates back to the 60s, 1960s during the Black Panther movement.
Correct.
Soul food, soul train, soul people.
That part, right?
That whole thing. But I noticed that there's some revision. Well, there's some revisions being made, and there's these borders being put up around that term.
Yeah, but you can't change. Okay, hold on, let's do something real quick.
Clarify.
If we're gonna really do knowledge, you can't read. You don't be a cracker. Okay, you can't change the meaning of things. The men who created this term made it with intention about people who are African American, descendants of slaves, Black American descendants of slaves that have a culture that is rich here in America based off the movement of your soul. Okay, so you niggas not redefining that. Okay, I think the most important thing about
he's annoying. He didn't even
being
let her
Black
talk.
American is with the global presence that we have in our culture, with the copycatting that happens in our culture, with the denial of our culture, it's up to us to like morally take a high road when it comes to certain shit. So like being xenophobic doesn't help anybody, right?
No,
being exclusionary of other cultures throughout the diaspora, even if sometimes y'all do that to us, that ain't our role.
It's not our role.
Because I'm not combating hate with other Black people.
Absolutely not. It's not our agenda.
I'll go fuck Europe every day.
What you mean?
I don't even fuck with Black Brits for real. Like,
No,
real
fuck the
way.
Brits.
But the Black Scots,
Yeah, we fuck with
my
them.
dog.
Yeah,
we locked in.
Fuck the redcoats.
Yeah, fuck them, nigga.
Yeah. Fuck them.
The British are coming.
Yeah, fuck them.
What's that nigga named Paul Revere?
Yeah, Paul Revere. Yeah, fuck him.
He was trying to put you niggas down.
Yeah.
He was putting you on. The British are coming, man.
Wow.
The only blacks I don't fuck with.
Okay.
British blacks. You a little too close
Hold
to the
up.
collar.
Hold the hell
You a
up.
little too close to it.
Okay.
You wear a star.
Like, come on, you can't contradict yourself. You can't contradict yourself and be a complete hypocrite. And saying F Black Brits is no different than what we're saying when we're saying that's not our diaspora and we're not a part of that. And their experience, whether it's in their land or in our land, it doesn't compare to our experience as the indigenous Americans here. It doesn't compare. And why are we being forced to identify with things that don't apply to us? Don't be a hypocrite, brother.
Right. For one, baby girl, this lets us know he doesn't know history because he would not separate Black British from Black Scottish when they two in the same. British, Scottish, Ireland, all of them, they're all the same people, just different lineages passed down, but they're all family. Big facts.
Yep, that's why I say he was being a hypocrite.
And I dare anybody to try to come prove me wrong. Anybody.
Yeah, the link is in the chat. If you're feeling froggy tonight.
Yeah, and ain't nobody can prove me wrong. They all the same people, sis. So by them delineating like that right there, you know what I mean? He's going off that 1776 story to where the United States of America fuck Britain and fuck the British, and we're breaking away from the British crown. And now we know enough from the American Indian. They taught us enough. We got enough to where we self-substantiating. We don't even need to come back over there. We don't even need no more. We done paid our indentured servitude contract off, and now we through with y'all. That's what Independence Day really was about. It ain't had shit to do with us. It was them breaking away from the indentured servitude contract. And I'm going to break that down in another show. But go ahead, sis.
You know what I'm saying? But I say this. The way that you were intentionally very inclusive is what we need to do, especially like people that are going to be leading the next generations. You know what I'm saying? I represent a millennial, you represent Gen Z.
Yep. But
it's important for us to push a connected diaspora and not a separated one.
I agree.
It's a lot of times the older millennials, sometimes it be millennials, period. And then sometimes it be them Gen Xers that be pushing from all cultures this like segregated blackness. I don't fuck with that. We not fucking with that.
Yeah.
Ever.
If
we not connected, what is the difference?
Yeah.
Besides a boat stop, what is the difference?
What's the difference?
Because
when
you can see
when the police pull us over,
Listen.
Are they asking? Are you Jamaican?
If everybody,
Haitian?
they ain't asking none of that.
They're not asking that.
You think them ICE agents asking that? You think they asking that?
Who the fuck they?
Why do they think that when a police officer pull over one of us or pull over a Jamaican, they don't know the difference? What makes them think that? I really want to know that. You better believe they know the difference between a immigrant and a nigga. You better believe that.
That's because of your ID, that this African diaspora and this lumping in shit, this reclassification shit, sis, to where they're saying, man, we can't tell you Indian, you African American on your ID, you black, you colored on your ID, man, sis. That shit is crazy. It's crazy, and it leaves room for these type of people like this to say these type of things. And it's only good when these terminologies is good for them. When it's bad for them, they try to shy away from it. But go ahead, sis. Dang.
Yeah, man.
Just did in Chicago.
Okay, you did.
This week.
You think they cared about if the niggas was
They
Haitian
didn't
or
give a fuck if they
Jamaican?
was immigrants or not.
They didn't care.
It was just like fuck y'all. Everybody black, fuck y'all.
Okay,
That's how I felt.
So I'm on that same timing though. I don't care.
I need us to lock in.
I don't care nothing about.
Focus.
I don't care nothing about what been said about me. I don't care nothing about what we done said about you. You gotta lock the fuck in, because the thing is like you can see the similarities in the cuisine. You can see the similarities in dance. every Caribbean folk, they got their own patois. Like they got their own.
What similarities in dance? What similarities?
I don't know.
I want to know why they keep. I don't know what they see that's similar.
And
what
then he say we all. And then he try to.
Hold up, OTK. We just watched the biggest battle in history on Versus go down between Cash Money and No Limit. We talking about culture here. Well, they man, listening to all of those songs, it just took me back. Like, especially the 99 and the 2000. Go on, Cash Money. But I mean, I was loving No Limit though. You know what I'm saying?
That's all we've been on down here, man. Every month we had a new album out.
That's straight up two eras of people from the South, from New Orleans, from a rich indigenous culture that we was able to watch and see on like just see play itself out, and it was a beautiful thing. And I don't see how our culture even aligns with anybody else's culture. Our culture is so unique and so distinct that you can't even put it in a box with anybody else.
I love how you spell that, Copper Goddess. We are the culture. We are the culture. We are the culture.
Man, what? I was loving that goddamn battle. I was in my room off the what?
Hey,
we gonna talk about that too. We gonna talk about. We probably gonna get into that too.
Man, I need to do better. Oh, go ahead, sis.
Go ahead. You can answer bad say, because I know Enox was asking, did I see what Trump put in the big beautiful bill? Now I didn't see it, but if you want me to pull it up, I could pull it up. But man, it's just, this is sick, man, because they gotta understand that these people ain't never looked at you like them. And what they are told about who we are when they come over to this land is what they are told. And they delineate from you. So stop trying to act like we have any similarities in culture to these people. I don't eat fufu. I don't eat none of that shit. To me, it looked like slop, no shade. I don't know what y'all they put tomato sauce on her. I don't know what they be doing. Listen, y'all got the game messed up. Yeah, I know they ended up moving there or something like that. Master P and them, they moved to like Richmond, California. That is what I heard. That is his history.
Yeah,
That is
that's
his
what
story.
that's because he moved with his grandparents. And man, when they died, he opened up a record store there. But he was traveling back and forth. He was one bringing that South shit to the West. That's how he ended up being with Pac and all them boys there, opening up for Tupac and all them shit like that, man. In case people don't know the story about P, you know what I mean? So yeah, P been out there.
P, man.
He always give love to his California people, his cousins, them boys out there in California. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
He been tied it.
Yeah,
Definitely.
you know, like when Bout It comes on, you kind of hear that, you know, like kind of like that West Coast a little bit. So yeah, I can concur with that.
But they was able to do West Coast. See, when them boys first came out, they was doing a lot of West Coast beats. Now, when him, Silk, them boys first came out, Tell It to My Nine and all of that first came out. But boy, when P got with KLC and Beats by the Pound, them boys, that's when he started signing all them artists, you know what I mean, from New Orleans. And dog, the contract that he had, that was the first contract ever in history like that, where he had distribution deal with them, and he owned all of the masters. He signed the distribution, and that was heavy. The first to ever do that. So any artist he signed, he could get them boy they masters and all of that, man. And you know what I mean? And man, yeah, word. Shout out to P and them boys, man. Big facts.
Yeah, everybody had No Limit, man, but I still kind of had to stick to my guns with Cash Money. I think just because I was a little bit more like when they started popping off, like even when Wayne was real young, you know, I kind of was more engulfed in that Cash Money era. But I did love the No Limit era too, especially It Ain't My Fault and shit like that.
Yeah, but see, It Ain't My Fault. That came later with Mystical, them boys. See, that came later. See, Cash Money already was pumping. Mystical already was out by himself. Mystical had a whole album out. You know what I mean? What he did when he got on No Limit, he remade all of his songs off damn near the old album on the new album underneath thing, because they say that Cash Money, before it was Cash Money, it was Cash Money Millionaires, and you know, you had your boy Yellow Boy, them boy. Oh, he Yellow Boy. Oh, he wants some. See, that before No Limit, and that's before goddamn Cash Money. You had Yellow Boy, them boys, and he supposedly was messing with Mystical. And the story goes, so when Mystical ended up signing with No Limit, it sparked off a separation. But before that, you had Mac and BG on songs together, because these niggas was growing up together in the Calio Project. C Murder, BG, all of them boys was rolling together. Soulja Slim, all of them boys, man. So yeah, that's a whole nother level, man. But go ahead, sis.
All right.
Way they putting that shit down.
Own little flair.
The same way, like a nigga.
They got
their own lingo. The same way a nigga in Houston don't talk like a nigga from Atlanta, don't talk like a nigga from Birmingham, don't talk like a nigga from Charlotte,
Florida.
It's a diaspora, nigga.
We got our own things going
on.
We
white folks spread us out,
and we can appreciate that.
But we are connected.
We are.
Nigga, the flags be fire. These some 5 flags. We really doing that one. You can tell. You know what I'm saying?
The design be so goddamn.
You can have my tell Susan B. Anthony. Hey yo. You can almost tell, like
you can tell Susan B. Anthony son.
Yeah, cause like that African American heritage flag, like Black American heritage flag, that shit look like some nigga shit.
Yeah, they do.
You know what I'm saying? But that xenophobia, we're gonna keep that where it's at. Because if we don't connect with each other,
Wait, what's Susan B. Anthony got to do with the Black American?
nothing at all. She got something to do with the American flag.
Oh, okay. You see the difference between the American flag. Oh, all right. Okay.
Do the knowledge. I put you down.
Shout out Melvin Charles and Gleason Jackson for creating the Black American Heritage Flag.
Shout out to y'all, bro.
We got some drill. We got some real fly shit.
Nah, that shit hard,
represent
bro.
us.
That shit nice.
It's just fly.
I'm putting it out in front of my house.
Now we have a lot to unpack. Firstly, Solon does not mean African American. The two A's does not mean African American in Solon. It means autochthonous American, which is indigenous to the land. You understand what I'm saying? So identity is very important. Both of their identities, Mona Leo and Deontay Kyle, your identities are important to you. Mona Leo, your identity was called into question. People were speculating that you were an immigrant or had immigrant background. You cleared that up. Deontay Kyle in the past has said that he is biracial. His mother is white, and we're assuming that his father is Black American, and also he was adopted. So you guys should know that we don't like misinformation. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, look, Black Americans were never made a protected class. That's why the Black American Heritage Flag was created. That's why these groups are being created, because Black Americans want to become a protected class and not have immigrants and Black immigrants come to the variable that we built, that we paved the way for, take advantage of us and disrespect us. And even though, you know, they can be Black by default, they are not Black Americans. You understand what I'm saying? You guys are clearly Pan-African. You got to understand that. Now, look, don't be disingenuous. I've heard Deontay Kyle in the past say, I'm not familiar with all his content, but I have heard him say that Black Americans have a specific culture and that should be appreciated. When these other groups of people have their own cultural events, we are not centered. Therefore, they should not be centered in ours, such as Juneteenth and Essence Fest. Remember, the editors at Essence Fest said that they wanted to make Essence about global Blackness centered around Nigeria. That's not okay. Do you understand what I'm saying? I was watching Conscious Lee and Deontay Kyle refer to that Black American Heritage Flag as African American, but that flag was created before African American was popularized and was put officially on the USA Census year 2000 nationwide. So why do you guys keep calling that the African American Heritage Flag when it's specifically called the Black American Heritage Flag? Now look, Deontay Kyle was talking about FBA and ADOS. Now we already explained why it's important for these different subgroups of Black Americans to distinguish themselves from the pack of people that may look similar like us, but not like us. A lot of people use other words to describe these people who undermine Black Americans, because when Black Americans are delineating for restorative justice, specific policies for our lineage, birthrights, there should be no one interjecting with that, because we don't go to other lands doing that. You understand what I'm saying? It's not a two-way street. Everyone gets to come to the United States of America, and Black Americans are historically told by other groups of people that look like us that you have no culture. Where are you really from? Y'all know the disrespect. That's why you started talking about being a Solon and parading around with the Black American Heritage Flag, because you knew the need to be visible. You knew the need to be visible. Now, Mona Leo and Deontay Kyle, if you watch the whole podcast, it seems to me that they have did a little spinneroonie on what's going on, talking about people are attacking you, Mona Leo. That's not true. So you have to be accountable for what you do. These names are not cutesy. It's very political. These names are political. You understand what I'm saying? You as a Black American and all Black Americans have the power of influence. We've seen a lot of Black immigrants saying that they are Solon and they have no Black American lineage at all. So when you're around the block on the internet, on these interviews, and you're becoming the face of Solon, people are going to think that what you say is gospel. And that's not the way it should be. And it's not the way it's going to be. There's a lot of hypocrisy here. Deontay Kyle said he doesn't mess with the UK Brits. That's very interesting.
Yep.
Is that Pan-African?
That's why I called that out.
Understand, Pan-Africanism has misled a lot of people. If you go with that narrative of the transatlantic slave trade, Africans sold Africans into slavery of opposing tribes. Thus, they never viewed each other being the same based on the way they look. So when people are delineating from the narrative, saying that they are not the same, if you're going with that narrative of being African descent, when people are delineating, you guys think that they are breaking a moral code that never existed. That never existed. There is no utopia. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you're creating a fantasy, a delusion that you want everyone else to live up to. If God couldn't fix Africa, what makes you think we could fix Africa? Africans fight each other today. Ghana is kicking out Nigerians left and right. So is South Africa. Haitians are being turned away from countries in Africa. Haitians are being turned away from Jamaica and other Caribbean lands. Haitians are arguing with Dominicans. Dominicans are arguing with Puerto Ricans. No one ever all got along based upon the way they look, even with indigenous Americans. A lot of indigenous tribes split and created different sectors. It's very normal for tribes to split when they do not share the same morals and beliefs. Don't be scared of that. All Black Americans are not Pan-African. You guys have a hard time understanding that when you're taking on titles such as Solon, FBA, and ADOS that directly is created for delineation against Africa and all Black people around the world, Pan-Africanism. Am I making sense? You got to understand that. Listen, it's a lot of hypocrisy going on. I want Mona Leo to know, I personally don't have anything against you, but if you guys are going to parade around this ignorance, calling yourself Solon and talking against these movements that were created to delineate, you're doing it purposely. So when you say Mona Leo, you heard a lot of, P talk on the internet streets, and you said what you said, and people are weird because they don't want you to practice Pan-Africanism. You're totally wrong. You're a Black American. You're an African American. You're not Solon by the meaning. You understand what I'm saying? Now listen, one of the creators of Solon, he was on Brother Darbitt's page, an American Indian, Indigenous American, and he was telling you what Solon is and what it isn't. And actually, the Solon creators, their page on TikTok follows me. So you guys got to stay clear. Be clear about what you're talking about, because we don't like mixed messaging. We don't like mixed messaging. We don't need that. We don't need the spread of misinformation. Everything is about lineage. Lineage matters. Let's see what Brother Marak said about what Solon is and what it isn't. Before we get to Brother Marak, as you can see on the website of Solon, it says Pan-Africanism is vampirism. Why Solon sovereignty cannot be collapsed into Black unity. So, by definition, Mona Leo and Deontay Kyle, you're wrong and you're underminers.
Oh, what's going on, Darby?
Not much, just chopping it up for real. Yeah, we have, if you want, you can introduce yourself, Marak. Let the people know who you are.
You put him on the big screen?
Yeah, I'm gonna put him on the big screen. Yeah, I'll put him on there.
Would you say let them know who I am?
Yeah, you can introduce yourself. Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. Yes. My name is Marak. I am a co-creator of Solon. It's me, Dwayne Coleman, and T. Roy Parks. We created Solon just to find pride within ourselves, within our community, outside of trauma. We just didn't, one of the things that stood out to me more recently was I wanted to address, and I was probably going to touch on it with a question, I'm not sure, but recently, I don't know if you want to get into it now. I don't know if I'm skipping ahead or what.
You can you want it's your floor to address whatever you got to address.
Just one thing. If you got other questions, it's fine. I'm not really pressed on it like that. But so Ebony did recently do they just did an article on Solon, which I don't have a problem with because they did it with, in reference to Mona Leo and stuff. And the only problem I had was the reading into the article of it and no reference to us, which is fine. But at least get Solon and what it means correctly. Ebony didn't get it correctly at all. All they talked about was the fact that we're former slaves and we're more than just your trauma porn. So I don't like that.
Corn. You gotta say corn.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it's a lot of things you can't say.
Right.
I'll let you know as we go. I'm the first in the chat, y'all.
Right. But we're not your trauma. And that's what I wanted to address, pretty much. It pretty much just said we were former slaves. That was pretty corny.
Yeah, so I actually had to ask you about that. So I keep seeing people use it as a replacement for African American, and I'm pretty sure it means indigenous, right? Like the melanated indigenous people.
Absolutely. Right, absolutely. It does mean that more specifically, the 2A stand for autochthonous American. So that would mean from the soil. Earth recognizes us here, and I mean that. I really do mean that Earth is sentient, Earth is alive. She is very much aware, and she recognizes us here. This soil recognizes us right here.
Okay, thank you, because I've seen some people saying that they're African descendants and they're using the term, and I'm trying to tell them what the actual meaning is, and they're laughing at me in the comments for some reason, basically saying the AA and Solon stands for African American.
If you see Saint, you can bring him up, King Solon. But yeah,
I got you. I can bring him up.
This is me. They don't know my name by Saint, y'all. I'm probably.
Oh, my bad.
I'm on here.
You're King. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I know who Prophet is. Yeah.
Right. I wanted to answer Venus. What would you say? I'm sorry.
So I was saying, because on TikTok, I'm seeing people identify as Solon, and they're like, Sulan does not mean indigenous. We're not pretendians. And I'm just like, if you believe we're pretendians, why are you using the term? Because the creators, I'm pretty sure the creator said it means indigenous. And then they kept telling me that the AA and Sulan means African American. So I did want you to clear that up so I could have the clips of you guys clearing it up.
Right, absolutely. Anybody want to clip it? Plain and simple, I had to say it earlier today because I'm getting so many questions from DMs to tagging on Twitter or being tagged on here on TikTok or Instagram or wherever. Plain and simple, Sulan means you're not an immigrant. I don't know if that's like a sensitive word, but you're not an immigrant.
You can say immigrants. We call people immigrants all the time. You say immigrant.
I was basically telling them you can be mixed with African, but I don't think you can be Sulan if you don't at least have some type of indigenous ancestry. Like you can't connect yourself to some type of tribe in the USA.
Right. I mean, yeah, you can be. The thing is this: we never denied the transatlantic slave trade, but what we do recognize is the fact that we were already, and I know that by evidence as well. See, I don't put too much stock. The problem is I feel like people put too much stock in what YT people have to say about our history. And I don't put too much stock in what they have to say. A lot of it has been inverted. So I don't really trust a lot of the things that they say. Not only that, like I said, I've already been spiritually awakened to what the truth is. And on top of the fact that if you were to research a lot of old world buildings, we had so many here. I'm from Philly. We had 200 alone that they destroyed in those world fairs. So we had 200 alone in Philly. How much can you imagine was everywhere else? Every single city. I'm talking about all the way over in Oregon. I've seen them in Wyoming and San Francisco and New York and Louisiana. It's everywhere. You trying to tell me that a couple thousand slaves came over here and they built them all within less than 200 years? No, we were already here.
Exactly. That makes no sense.
And another Black Americans, Indigenous Americans, American Indians. It is I.
Is actually from California. One of my best friends is actually from California. He's from LA actually, but he came over here when he joined the US Air Force and stayed. And this is back in the 80s, late 80s. And he refers to himself as African American. He's not.
He's not, and
he's a true American. He's not African American. He's well.
I don't know who made that. I mean, I don't know who came up with that, and I don't know why you would.
Yeah, because it's just
who's
claiming
in charge? Who's in charge? To, and why? What's the benefit from calling people African American?
I know, and it's now what people are referring to themselves as African American, where what we're starting to discover is these people weren't from Africa.
European. Yeah.
No, they are the original inhabitants and civilization and true forefathers and owners of America as we call it today. One of my best friends is actually from California. He's from LA actually, but he came over here when he joined the US Air Force and stayed. And this is back in the 80s, late 80s. And he refers to himself as African American. He's not.
He's not, and
he's a true American. He's not African American. He's well.
I don't know who made that. I mean, I don't know who came up with that, and I don't know why you would.
Yeah, because it's just claiming that.
Who's in charge? To and why? What's the benefit from calling people African American?
I know, and it's now what people are referring to themselves as African American, where what we're starting to discover is these people weren't from Africa.
European. Yeah.
No, they are the original inhabitants and civilization and true forefathers and owners of America as we call it today. One of my best friends is actually from California.
So y'all see what it is. We just got a lot of grifting behavior going on here that got to be straightened. It just got to be straightened. And I've honestly had enough of it. I've had enough of it, and I'm tired. I'm tired, family. But to anybody that's listening, if you got some grievances, if you got a difference in opinion, you can feel free to hit the link. Don't be scared to hit the link. The link is in the chat. We just wanted to come through and kind of holler at everybody because it's been a brick.
Wild Indians like dog. Say what? Hit 'em high, hit 'em low. Aboriginal flow. You pants best to lay low and get the wrath for show. Coming round here trying to tell us who we is, but these niggas don't know who the fuck they is. With that pseudo talk about we came on boats, chained on boats, fools can't even stay afloat. Debate league, where they all get choked out, smoked. Riding on them boards with the truth we spoke. Deplete they whole fleet, burnt mesquite, tear 'em out the frame. Every time we bang, bing bing on they brains. Got 'em slumped up on the panels. Fools don't stand on candles. World all in shambles and begging for handles. Sitting at the back door for hours talking about let me in. Nah, nigga, we ain't friends. It's all about the Aboriginals, wild Indians. It's all about the Aboriginals, them wild Indians. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. That's what's up. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. When I see him, kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan when I see a pan. No love for them haters when I see a man. Kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a see a pan. Kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan when I see a pan. Kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a see a pan when I see a pan. Kill a pan, kill a pan, kill a pan when I see a pan. When I see a pan, kill a pan, when I see a pan.
Yes, I already see nobody gonna hit the panel tonight. So shoot, I'm probably about to go ahead and just close out. You know, I really enjoyed like having this brief little dialogue, and you know, OTK kind of put the battery in my back to pull up and go live tonight because I wasn't about to do nothing. Because I know it's still a lot of stuff I gotta get done, y'all. Y'all know I'm in my master's program, so it's a lot of work that gotta get done, and it is. Ooh, it hasn't been easy, but I'm getting through it. You know what I'm saying? For real, a day at a time is what I always like to say. So y'all always remember, man, you know, it's our job to do the straightening. It's our job to make sure that the messages are clear and that we're not getting confused and warped up into other things. Like, you know, to each his own, everybody do what they do. Like, I'm in full support of everybody and I want everybody to be successful. You know what I'm saying? But I think that when it comes down to the history and what's being taught, you know what I'm saying? We can't be in that mindset of trying to convince everybody that they're off of slave boats. Oh, peace, Aton. I was just about to close it out. You lucky you came up here.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting for you to say I'm gonna close it out.
Oh man. I was definitely getting ready to, but you know, I don't know how much you saw, whatever, but is there anything that you want to speak to or
Yeah, I saw pretty much everything.
okay.
Yeah, go back to the brother that on the TikTok that, you know, put that article up there.
Mm-hmm.
So, let me ask you a question. So, Trump bring the military and all that stuff into Washington, D.C. Do you think any of that has to do with why they came in there?
I'm not really sure if they correlate or not. I mean, my understanding behind the reasoning they came into DC is pretty clear. I mean, and while they still here, I did see a little group of the National Guard sitting on the corner when I was driving. Shoot, like earlier, I was going around to the store. Shoot, they, you know, they out here. They heavy. They out here still. They ain't gone nowhere. I think that it's just kind of, you know, kind of calmed down a little bit, but they're still boots on the ground. But I don't think that. I think the way it's being portrayed is kind of being portrayed like they're kind of trying to attack us. But I don't think that's what it is. It's just that we got a lot of young people committing crime and coming out of certain neighborhoods. I don't know how much that article in particular connects to the situation at hand, if that makes any sense. I'm not sure if it does or not. I would have to like look into it a little bit more, but I don't think so. We just got a lot of little badass kids who need some straightening in this DC area, unfortunately, and they still doing shit. They got a $75,000 reward out now to get some of these kids.
Understood.
I said
Now,
75,000, boy. You better not. It's like, nah.
now,
Whoa.
no, I'm kind of just flipping the script a little bit. Now, these young brothers out here wilding in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
If the field was level and they knew who they were, right? Do you think they will be out there based on the conditions that was created by politics and the government? They will be acting this way.
You talk about the kids?
We just talking about these niggas, period, out there wilding.
I think under DC ain't been nothing but a Democratic city. And I'm talking, we ain't never had a Republican mayor ever. I think that it's I hate to put it on whether it's based on a Democratic city or a Republican city or anything like that. I just think that DC has been so lax on crime for a long time. I mean, I'm talking about since the war on drugs, that era. They like overall been pretty. It's just a lot of shit takes place before they actually step in, and I'm thinking because like DC being the city that it is, and then needing a lot of federal inclusion. Because a lot of crimes that they claim is being committed is on like these federal levels of crime. They've been needing like FBI, and they've been, like it always seems like they need evidence to confirm whether or not this is going down or these crimes are taking place. But it's been happening for so long. Like it'll happen for years and years and years before they actually lock some people up or whatever the case may be. Now, I will say that I just think DC is pretty lax on crime, especially when it comes to the youth. Like they're just lax on it. Like, because then now we know who's doing it the most, and then we know now that they're going to get released out of jail. By the time they're 21, depending on what they did and how old they were when they did it. So that's why they've been trying to go about changing a lot of those laws. I mean,
now you about DC. Right? Now I know you about DC, but step out of DC for a minute.
Okay.
Based on what you said, is that pretty much going on anywhere in major cities?
The same things for sure.
Right, the crime bill didn't that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would say everywhere for sure. Yeah.
All right, for sure. So if that's the case, that's why I asked you that question. If based on what the brother did in the TikTok talking about Negroes as Indians and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I've been trying to find that article.
If that wasn't suppressed, right? To the youth at that time, we talking about the youth going back at least 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty much it started being suppressed after the 1968 and the Civil Rights Act. So if that's the case, do you really think that these type of crimes will be going on if everybody had a level playing field? Then on top of that, these youth who have these mothers and fathers both in the house, not dealing with CPS and dealing with social services and all these different type of dynamics, child support, this, that, and the other, right? If all those things was on a level playing field in terms of, financial literacy, financial gain, economic inclusion, business, so on and so forth, do you really think that these youth, going back to when I was a youth, will be actually committing crimes as such to get money?
Okay. So just so I can make sure I'm answering you correctly, I do think that if there was more of a equal level of opportunity, then I do not think that there would be such a substantial amount of crime. And I think for anybody, I do think if there wasn't, because I always say this, there's always this debate, even in social work and in therapy and things like that, where about nature versus nurture. And, in your nature or your natural environment, does that truly have an impact on your actions and your behavior? And I would say yes.
Absolutely.
I would say also that, I think that a lot of people are growing up in environments where there is a lack of nurture. And I do think that is that can be tied to a lot of the things that we see today, and even the things that we seen back then. A lot of the outrageous behavior, a lot of the mugging, a lot of the drug dealing, whatever it is. Like, I think that all of that can be connected in some way. Now, I think that a lot of the stigmatization that's been put on us, I think that that's in due to the lies that our history has told about who we are. And I think that plays a role in how we act and we behave out here. And when you're talking about that article, yeah, if niggas knew that they were Indians and that their purpose was much greater than what it seems to be on the surface layer of things, I do think that our people would behave different and act different. But we have a system that is not going to, it's just systematically designed for us to not, this is my opinion only, to not be as successful and to not be as in tune with who we are, because they know what type of unity that it could bring, and then that could overpower and bring a lot of things and a lot of situations. It would look different. This power structure would look different with us being unified. But everything that goes on, in my opinion only, this is not, it's my opinion. I think everything that is going on and what happens is that the divisiveness is put there on purpose. The haves and the have-nots, and who's up here, who's down here, what you look like, what you got on, what kind of shoes you got, just unnecessary stuff. And when you're okay, go ahead.
When, not to cut you off, sis, but
okay.
let me cut you off for a minute. So this is what I'm saying. My point is, okay, so I'm done asking questions. So my point is this, right? The reason why I ask these questions is because based on what that young brother presented on his TikTok, is basically saying this is why the military is coming into these towns, based on the fact that you have a lot of corrupt politicians that have suppressed resources, information that they're supposed to be given to their constituents that voted for them to do a job that they promised to do to be elected. So, and at the same time, if you're getting federally funded to do these things and you're not doing it, it's under Title 42 2000D, right? And that's a part of the civil rights actions, which is the Indian civil rights that was pretty much done from the 1870s on forward, because there was people that was now to be incorporated. That's why his article is important, but his presentation and articles that he presented is because it's saying that Negroes are Indians. Now, the layer on that is this: one of the main fights, and what a lot of these Pan-Africans come up here to fight on your channel, OTK channel, Smoke channel, App, and all the rest of them, you know what I'm saying, is that this says Negro, this says Black, that's African American. That means you are a transatlantic slave. But that article right there debunks it all. It says specifically Negroes are Indians. So that means that these terms, these suspect classifications and the reorganizing or the amendments they was doing or the corrections they was doing to these census, putting black and all these different type of terms in there, pretty much changed people's status in order to take them off the land. So under the circumstances, that is key. Very important. It's very important. So now you can be able to utilize Negro, Black, Colored, African American, and Black to say, yeah, that's that suspect classification, because now this Supreme Court right here in Washington, D.C. says specifically that Negro is Indian. Then you say why? Might need to read the whole thing in full of what the Supreme Court was talking about. And at the same time, when you bring the military into a place, that means that the military is there to do one thing, that is protect the people. Just something to think about.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. I just think that it's what we've done within our communities that we kind of got to take accountability for. Like, we've let a lot of things run rampant. We've let a lot of things happen and take place. We've allowed ourselves and our youth to be influenced. And
So let me push back real quick.
Okay.
This would be a healthy pushback, right?
Mhm.
Let's kind of amp it up a little bit, right? So no, that's wrong. You are not to blame. The youth are never to blame.
No.
This is the motto that I live by. This is what been taught to me. The youth are not to blame for anything. Our elders failed us.
Yeah.
They used the situation. They took a backdoor deal. They put some money in their pocket, and then they went ahead and put the tea leaves out there and expected motherfuckers to figure this shit out. Because that's what I was told. Figure it out. I ain't about to sit here and sugarcoat this shit and tell you exact, nigga, figure it out. That's a fear mechanism, right? That's a form of fear. And that's what I live by. That's why I do what I do. Because I tell an elder in a minute, when I hear a chink in the arm, I'm gonna tell you what you scared of. Okay, so this is why you kept your mouth shut, because you were scared. What was you scared for me? You shouldn't have been scared for me. You should have been scared for yourself, because you're the one that decided to just go get a job and shut up.
Yep.
And then you didn't tell your elder, and you didn't question your elder about the situations that was going on at that time, because they told you to shut up, and then you came down and told me to shut up and don't speak unless spoken to. That's the key. So it ain't never the youth's problem. It's never the youth's issue. The youth is saying, this is what you gave me. Remember, Bumpy Johnson said this. This is the only thing that this government has gave me. They gave me the underworld. And that's the only way I could survive. I can't go out here and be this and be that, because this is the only thing they have given to me. We have been under war attack for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing about it is once they started picking us off since the turn of the 1900s, turn of the 20th century, all the way up into the 70s, they was picking everybody off. They either picked you off, some people fled and got asylum somewhere else, mostly Cuba, or they was put in jail for the rest of their life, or they was just pretty much like just what's the word I want to use? They were just their whole personality, their whole being was just destroyed. And
So
then
here's why I'm
they just
saying.
went into a
Hey,
corner.
can I say something real quick, sis?
Go ahead, OTK, because I just wanted to be clear what I
Yeah,
was saying.
what Aton was saying just now. Bro, not all of what's going on now is because of our ancestors' fault. A lot.
Mic check.
to preserve their family lineage and their family bloodline. And when you look at history, that all of them did that. All of them did that to preserve their family bloodline. Whether they moved away.
Mic check. Mic check.
Stay. We are 400 years of fighting, bro.
You going in and out, bro. You jumping in and out with you getting cut off. So
my bad.
Yeah.
All right, my bad, man. Go ahead, man. I don't know. Let me refresh.
Go ahead, finish. You gotta go all the way back because you kept getting cut out. Nah, I'm on the thing.
Hold on, let me refresh real quick, bro. I'll come right back.
All right, so real quick, because when I'm saying
get that motherfucker.
You gotta get that thing fixed. Because when I'm saying like it's our fault, I'm more so speaking on like my generation. Like I'm speaking on like being from the millennial generation and being an adult now. And having the understanding that when I was growing up, a lot of shit wasn't right and it shouldn't have been happening that way. And just coming from a perspective of knowing better, there's certain attitudes that we shouldn't perpetuate and continue to spew onto the next generation. And I think that's kind of what's happened or what's taking place. So no, I'm not blaming the youth. Like they're doing what they were taught to do. They're doing what they were taught. Their parents are doing what they were taught, and so on and so forth. When I'm looking at like my environment, like, the people from my city and the attitudes and the behaviors that I see.
Right.
I think that there is a lot that, and I mean, like I said, you're not the only one like solely responsible. No, but I think as a collective unit, we are responsible for a lot of this. There's no way that 14-year-old kids should be committing crimes like this, killing people.
Shit, that shit been going on.
That should not be happening.
That shit been going on. That shit been going on for a long time.
It has, and it shouldn't be happening. That's not the behavior.
That shit been going on before you even hit this earth.
Yeah. And it shouldn't be happening. And it don't make it late, no matter how long it happened.
Okay, so at the end of the day, though, at the end of the day, though,
we're talking about cycles here.
But yeah, exactly. So
bullshit. That's what I mean.
So at this point in time, this is just where it's at. It's war right now. I mean, it's war going on the other side. I mean, has there ever been a white person that actually ran?
War is against the wrong people, though.
Has there ever been a white person that ran Washington, D.C.?
No.
Exactly. Now, what the hell is that about?
That's just how it's always been.
Okay, that's how it's always been. So you're telling me
that we got more white people in like Congress.
You're telling me a melanated person. You're telling me a melanated person that has a man or woman has been in a position of representation as a public servant has done absolutely nothing for their own people.
No, of course not. I'm not saying we've had a lot of black leaders that's done a lot of great things in this city. Like shit. I mean, it's just what it is. We've had a lot of great leaders. I've shown it on my channel. I've shown the documentaries of Walter E. Washington, DC's first mayor, and just a lot of efforts that he made trying to get public housing straight for a long time. A lot of the problems that this city has had that they've been trying to correct and fix. I'm just not. I think my problem is, I mean, even Marion Barry creating opportunities for people in this city. I just think it's I don't know what it is.
I know. Hey, look, you can't even put your finger on it. Let me put the finger on it for you. I'm gonna grab your hand. I'm gonna put the finger on it. The reason why it is what it is, and this is why you got all these democratic cities. It's just not these democratic states and these cities. More importantly, is that you got people that look like us that have no. Let me see how I can put this. They have no inkling of any post to help their own people. They survive and get big money based on us killing each other. Why? Weapons, drugs, all the other things, homelessness, prisons. You got all these different aspects of the things where they get money on. They are getting money. They're getting federally funded to do this shit. The only thing I see Trump doing, and I think this is the only thing I see he doing, is that he's bringing the military into these towns to say, hey, man, cut that shit out. You know what I'm saying? Because they know that it might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, it might not be next year, it might not be 5 years from now. But we gonna take back over. These youngsters is not playing about nothing. They not asking no questions. They not even listening to nobody. These cats is on 1,000. They ready to mow shit down. And when they get to a certain point where they get tired, and this is what I say about youngsters, I'm talking about 40-year-olds. I'm not talking about 15, 16, 17. I'm talking about these cats in their 30s and their 40s. These cats ain't playing. And they got intellect. They got knowledge. All they got to do is figure it out. And once they figure it out, I'm telling you, it's a wrap. Because it's not just North America. You got all of the Americas, the islands. You got all these other countries. You got African countries. You got India. You got places all over where we are at and where they are talking and they are not playing. The one thing that our people here in America do is talk a big talk, but I don't think they're afraid to fight. I don't think they're afraid to lay their life on the line for the cause. I think they like talking about it. These people, other places, is ready to put that shit down and ready to get it in. You on shoulder, you at soldier age, right? You at soldier age, you got to be ready to go. If people gonna talk about it, Charisse, they need to make it very clear, give a disclaimer, I'm just talking.
They ain't gonna do that.
Exactly. It's a lot of money to make on these damn tubes. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but at the end of the day, I see the approach, and I think at the end of the day, a lot of these brothers and sisters, like yourself, you're raising your children to be a different way. You know, question everything. Don't take this. This is who we are. I mean, it ain't, I hope it. I mean, I didn't expect this, what I see right now, to happen in my lifetime. I thought it was always going to sit in pockets like it's always been. But it's out there. This is why I fuck with y'all. You know what I'm saying? But hey, it's still going to take some time. It's still going to take some time. Some things going to be put in place. And it's being put in place. We just got to execute. Now, at the end of the day, when I'm going to land on this one, a lot of these people claiming to be chiefs, claiming to be leaders, claiming to be these people on these tubes trying to say this and say that, and we need to do this and need to do that. Those are the people that need to be approached. And you need to say, hey, what we doing here? Hey, we've been on this shit, what, 7, 8, 9 years now? You've been doing this 7, 8, 9 years? You got all these followers. You got all these things you're doing. Hey, man. Hey, sis. Hey, brother. What we doing? If you ain't doing nothing, get your ass out of here, nigga. I'm going to make sure I petition against your ass. Nigga, don't follow him. He's another Umar. He's a Tariq Nasheed. He's just putting it up on a Aboriginal Indian mask. And if he ain't really about that shit, he need to go. And that's what needs to happen. I'm not just talking to you. I'm talking to everybody sitting in this chat. If you do that, you ain't nothing but a motherfucking simp and you a follower. You need to go back to church. because you got these people out here getting good money and you ain't getting no results. And these people have the fortitude and aptitude and the diction to be able to do that and put the shit together. If they not doing that, because you ain't listen to this old nigga, so you ain't listen to this old nigga, you listen to them young niggas, then you better tell them young niggas get busy. Get off the tube. Well, you could be on the tube. But get off the tube and let's do that. We ain't doing no more. We going to no little spots over here and we doing these presentations, man. We about to go where we need to go. And we slap it off. I think everybody will pay for that shit, Charise. Everybody will pay for that. Everybody will pitch in. And this is what we doing. This is what we going. We got a plan, a 10-point plan. And this is what we doing on our self-determination. This is how we going to make it happen. Then let's go. If you're going to keep talking and be on these tubes, you ain't nothing, no less than Reverend Fried Chicken. You preaching. That's church. And we done with church.
I don't disagree. And that's what has to happen. You know, I think anytime the discourse came around doing anything social or political or having to involve that type of, walk, if you will, or journey, if you will, there's always pushback on it. So I'm just like, I feel like now it's just up to me to do what I need to do in my area, talking to people from my area about what they know, about who they are, and and trying to open doors in that direction. Because I'm right here in the middle of all of it going down as we speak right now. Stuff is going down in this nation's capital, and I just think that for as long as people have been in this paradigm, I don't disagree. There is moves have to be made, legislatively, things have to get done. Because if it doesn't, we're going to continue to, it's just going to be more of an entertainment factor. You get on TikTok, you hollering at the tethers and, arguing with the Native Americans and, all of that is going on. And we don't want to continue to be putting ourselves in a space where we have to continue to debate with these people when the evidence has been put out there, when all the footwork and the groundwork has been pretty much laid. Now it's the time for this to take a different tide. I was really disappointed. One time I came on my live and I was going off because last year, I think it was, or the year before last, one of those, FBA had a huge event down on the National Mall. I'm talking about huge.
Mm-hmm.
And I was so disappointed that we didn't have nothing like that going. And I'm like, wow.
That's tough though, Charise. Yeah, Charise, that's tough because we're conditioned.
Yeah.
We have been conditioned. That it's a security blanket. Like the black African American slave trade is a security blanket. And people aren't ready to get out of that. They pretty much have they in my age range. They have the same parents that I had. Get a job, go to school, pay your taxes, get in the military, and die. That's what you do. And that's just what it is. And that was beat into them. You know what I'm saying? And then they beat it into us. But there were some people like myself that wasn't having none of that. But in the meantime, you got to sift and be able to survive that shit. You know what I'm saying? Which I have. So when you deal with that security blanket, it could be done the same way. That's why I said these young brothers got all these followers. They're getting a lot of money, and they're doing these things, and they can actually make it happen. It's just about, right? Here's the thing. It's just about this. Even though they're doing it, that don't make them leaders.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They don't make them leaders. Leaders lead. You know what I'm saying? They don't all talk. They pretty much lead by example. And if they can, then they actually can produce. Now, my thing is this. I don't see no leaders. I'm gonna be honest with you. I see no leaders. And the Aboriginal community, none, zero.
All right, now
I
you
dealt with
talk.
all of them, Charisse. I talked to them. I've been on their panels, hollered at them, and then when I come heavy, they backwalk. Everybody is trying to figure out a chink in somebody's armor, and just like the brother that you brought up on the TikTok that was talking about that Negro stuff. You know, there's certain people that just find something wrong with the dude. Oh, he a drunk. Oh, he a this. Oh, he a that. Oh, man, there's something wrong with that shit. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, pick out the good shit and apply it. We do not encourage each other, or what we would call don't play hate, appreciate. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate what the brother is doing, pick it out, and figure out what you can do. There's too many people knocking each other down, and that is a continuation, Charisse. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Yep.
I don't see no leader, Charisse.
Hey.
Like I said, they don't like me. It's like I said, I told them, hey, step forward. Niggas, I quiz you. If I know you can lead, I would assist you. I will help you out. But if you don't come forward and I'm not helping you, I'm not gonna help you. You know what I'm saying? Because I can help you. And I got people. Charisse, I got people. But we're not helping just anybody just running their mouth. We're not doing that. And I could be whatever they say I am. I could be a nigga sleeping in a box, sleeping in my car, whatever I'm a drunk, whatever. They can say whatever they want to say. It's cool. But they don't even know who they even talking to. And that's the problem with ourselves. We don't even know who we talking to. We just niggas is all over North America. Man, we all over the place. Like they don't even know the power in that. We all over the place, Charisse. I mean, it ain't even hard for us to do whatever we need to do. Like right now, this whole YouTube and social media shit and this internet shit then made it easy for us to connect. But we knocking each other down. We still knocking each other down. We still trying to figure out something wrong with somebody because they think somebody is trying to do something to try to get likes and clicks and all this other stuff. I mean, I don't even need to do this shit. I can introduce you to my son. My son is 34 years old. And I'm just saying, cold business. I mean, and I got a bunch of other ones that I raised that ain't even mine. Came in my program. These brothers is really, and these sisters is really about something. But it's hard to get that. I wouldn't introduce these people to them because a lot of them ain't got patience. I got patience. I like to hear these brothers. I like to work it out and let's see what we can do and see if we can make something happen. But I don't know. But I said all that to say, I don't see no leaders. I see a lot of people getting money, which is cool. I wish one would step forward and challenge me. Ain't none step forward yet, Charisse. Why is that? I'm a damn drunk. I'm the drunken monkey. Cheers.
Yeah, and I hear I see what Bad Saint saying about Lisa Cypress. You know, it was funny too because it was some discourse going on over there in Bap Chat. One of the girls was challenging one of those guys who supposedly had, you know, been helping her and, you know, probably I mean, I don't know, it sounded to me, you know, this is my opinion. It sounded to me like she was almost alluding to like this man pretty much got her locked up on the precedence of like, you know, paperwork. And when I was reading about it, it seemed like she was filing injunctions about land that her ancestors owned that had other, like I think a bank on the property and some other things. She's going through an interesting situation. And I feel really, really bad for her. I did put up the petition on my page. I did that like a few weeks ago. So y'all could easily Google and find that petition and just sign it and give her y'all support you know, through her tribe and all of that. And, you know, hopefully she could get out of jail soon. And, you know, she could kind of keep on with her fight. But I know she was filing a lot of injunctions and, you know, things like that on the land and wanted them to come up off of it. But, you know, it's just so much to those laws in Virginia, so much to that stuff that usually it makes my head hurt thinking about it. But, you know, I will say she is a brave and bold sister, you know, to
She
do what
locked up.
Yeah.
Damn. What she locked up on? What they get her on?
She in jail right now. Hold on. Let me make sure I got this right. Because I could just pull it up real quick. But I know from my understanding, they tried to say it was fraud.
Fraud.
Uh-huh. Hold up. So let me see. I could it's a few articles on it.
What's her name?
Her name is Lisa Cypress. Hold up. Hold up. Let me see. I can share. Yeah, through I think the Accomack tribe. Hold on. I don't want to be wrong. Hold up. Let me just put it on the screen. And then, damn, I just had it right there. Where'd it go? See, I got two. That's why I hate when I had too many daggone bubbles open. Too many things open at one time. And I know Isness was asking about that American Heritage flag. I meant to show her that the Black American Heritage flag. Okay, here it is. Let me see if I could. Let me throw it up here real quick. So that's her. That's the petition right there. Okay, let's see. So it says, we, the members and supporters of the Accomack Indians of Virginia, are deeply alarmed and outraged by the unjust incarceration of our tribal trustee, Lisa Cypress, by Northampton County authorities. Tribal trustee Cypress has been jailed for executing a quitclaim deed on Crown patent land that has historically and rightfully belonged to our tribe. Executing a quitclaim deed is a legal and common real estate transaction. It is not a crime. No one has ever been criminalized under Virginia law for quitclaiming property. There has been no fraud, forgery, or misrepresentation involved in this action. Despite repeated efforts to resolve this matter legally, including review by attorneys, filing motions, and requesting dismissal, the local judge, Linwood Lewis Jr., and prosecutor Jack A. Thornton III continue to pursue baseless charges. They are pressuring tribal trustee Cypress to plead guilty to an offense that does not exist under Virginia law. It is also important to emphasize that the tribal trustee, Lisa Cypress, is a law-abiding citizen who has never been arrested. She is a respected MSN prepared nurse, over 35 years of service in healthcare. Her career has been dedicated to helping and healing others, and she has consistently upheld the highest standards of integrity and compassion. This makes her unjust imprisonment even more shocking and unacceptable. It says this is unjust treatment, undermines the rule of law, violates tribal sovereignty, and represents a troubling abuse of power against indigenous leadership. It says we call on this Virginia State Bar to investigate prosecutorial misconduct and judicial overreach, state and federal authorities to intervene and protect the rights of tribal trustee Cypress. The media and public to pay close attention to the miscarriage of justice and support fair treatment under the law. The Accomack Indians of Virginia committed to peacefully defending our rights, land, and leadership against unlawful actions. So that's the petition, y'all. If y'all want to go and sign it, it's 224. She needs 500 signatures. But let's see if we can go to what was really.
I already know what's wrong.
They were saying happened.
I gotta tell you what she did wrong.
It says, hold on, let me see. So she said, it says announced last week. This article came out June 24th, 2025. It says it was announced last week in documents filed in Northampton Circuit Court that the 51 fraud indictments brought against her in May of 2024 are a blatant act of judicial terrorism and should be dismissed. The 59-year-old further said that as the trustee of the Accomack Powhatan Indian Nation and a member of Virginia's Gingiscan tribe, she would not be participating in the unconstitutional proceedings, including a trial that was scheduled for July 8th and 9th, the dates for which she had previously agreed. Commonwealth attorney Jack Thornton filed a motion to revoke the woman's bond. Judge Linwood W. Lewis Jr. heard his argument Monday, sending bailiffs out in the hall to see if Cypress was in attendance. She was not to be found. The judge revoked the bond and ordered a capias for her arrest. Cypress is a registered nurse who lives in Decatur, Georgia, had written that there was a lack of evidence, abuse of process, human rights violations, systemic racial bias, misuse of statute, and legal fraud in their entity in the filing. She asked that the motion be struck. She was set free soon after being arrested and has stalled the case several times with continuances and changes in legal counsel. Cypress insists that she owns local lands. She was unsuccessful in claiming Indiantown Park and a PNC Bank parcel near Eastville in the U.S. District Court in 2023. The indictments brought against her involved maliciously filing liens and encumbrances for those two properties and the $4.4 million Ear Hall Farm, the historic 1765 Earville Brick House and property, Smith Beach parcels, the $3.1 million Hermitage Farm parcels in the Bay Creek development in Cape Charles Bayside Village parcels, Pocahontas Farm, and the former Rosenwald School in Cape Charles, which is owned by the Restoration Initiative. She was also indicted on counts of conspiring to file fraudulent claims and soliciting another to file them. Cypress was arrested for the sealed indictments after being stopped for failure to obey a lane marking. It appears she was visiting Virginia when she was detained and taken to the Eastern Shore Regional Jail. It was a $10,000 secure bond that was revoked on Monday. It says, according to court records, she told the magistrate that it is not fraud because she has a land patent for the property. 20 of the charges involve property at Smith Beach owned by the THS Family Limited Partnership, whose registered agent is James C. Smith Jr. There were 2 charges involving the property where Bay Creek's Clubhouse and Pro Shop are located and $4.6 million Townfield Drive parcel owned by Sun Cherry Stone RV LLC. The charges did not disclose who she is suspected of conspiring with or who she is suspected of soliciting. The incidents occurred in November, January, February, and April. Federal Judge Elizabeth W. Haynes dismissed the case against the Northampton Board of Supervisors and PNC Bank in March 2023, saying Cypress did not adequately allege that she has good title and the right to possession of the property. PNC Bank purchased this land in 1973, 5 decades ago. The judge said, law clearly states any person who seeks to bring an action to recover land must do so within 15 years. Cypress alleged in 1640 the English government issued a patent that set aside land for the Accomack Indians, who later became known as the Gingaskins. In 1813, the Virginia General Assembly passed a law that terminated the Gingaskin Reservation and divided the land with deeds going to survival tribe members. An appeal of the case ended up with the court upholding the initial judgment in favor of the supervisors and the bank. So that's what happened.
Well, there was a few things she did wrong. Whoever was advising her advised her wrong. If you're indigenous, why are you filing, number one, why are you filing a quitclaim deed in the county records? Can't do that. You're subjecting yourself to the statutory jurisdiction. You register, if that was the case, you would register it with the Department of the Interior at least. Under that jurisdiction, if you're going to bring a claim, you're bringing the claim into Indian or even in that tribe or whatever that you have in there, you bring it in that jurisdiction, which the Supreme Court has none. Right? And you make your claims there. Now, whatever that article that you read before you went to the other one, they was calling her a law-abiding citizen. If she's a United States citizen, then basically she is subject to those statutory laws and codes that govern that. They ain't dealing with no Indian. Indian deals with Indian, not United States citizen. There's a cross here that's giving them jurisdiction. And that's why they're doing what they're doing. And then she filed all these different lanes and things like that. She wouldn't need to, you don't need to file a lane. All you need to do is go get a land surveyor, get the land patent for that, attach that, and then be able to give notice to the county recorder. And if you want to contact the Department of the Interior on that as well, to make sure that you actually claim those lands. Now, PNC Bank is on that land. All you do is collect rent. You charge them rent, $30,000 a month. That's what you owe me. Need the back pay, or you need to go. We're going to evict you. And then you claim the land back. You can't utilize, and this is where people get the game messed up, and this is where they get themselves locked up, because you're utilizing statutory codes that's under United States citizenship, and you're claiming to be an Indian. Can't do it. All she got to do is correct the record, do whatever she need to do to get that thing fixed. I guarantee you, if she lets all of it go, rescinds everything, corrects everything, they're gonna let her go. Guaranteed. Remove the liens, do all that shit, come back, and then get proper instruction or counsel in order to do it the right way. That article in itself is damning. They calling her a law-abiding citizen. They're saying that she's a this for I don't know how many years. They ain't got shit to do with her being an Indian. That has something to do with her being a United States citizen and an employee. You can't mix those, Charisse. I ain't knocking her for what she's doing. You know, shout out. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna sit here and lie to you, Charisse. That's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long it's been going down, but since 2022.
Yeah, she got some bad advice. Why would you file a quit claim deed? You don't need to file a quit claim deed. You got a land patent. Quit claim deed is nothing but color of title. You got a land patent. Execute that. Put it in the paper. Broadcast it. Put it out there. Let it sit for like 4 weeks. Then put it in for another 4 weeks, another 4 weeks, and then give notice. Anybody got a more superior claim than this land patent? Okay, then. I'm collecting rent. Stay here, PNC Bank. I ain't got no problem with that. Stay here. But we're going to renegotiate this thing. But you need to go ahead and pay rent, because they saying that PNC Bank bought that land, and that's a damn lie. They ain't buy shit. They got colorable title. They ain't got the land. Corporation can't own land. So,
yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know, it is what it is.
They lived on a reservation that was established in 1640 in the area today known as Eastville. Through an 1815 settlement agreement, the reservation was divided into 27 lots, each 25.5 acres, which were deeded to remaining members of the Accomack Indian tribe. Over the last 2 centuries, ownership of much of the land was transferred to people who were not of Accomack Indian descent, and sometimes the deeds were fraudulent, Cypress contends. Because she resides in Georgia, but the Accomack Indian land is in Virginia, Cypress filed her lawsuit in federal court, the U.S. District Court, Eastern District of Virginia. So PNC rejected her claim to the land that was occupied by its Eastville branch because of the 15-year statute of limitations that had passed to dispute the ownership of the property. So they saying she don't even have a right to dispute it, because ever since they've taken ownership of the land or wherever they've done, the time, you know, what they call it, the statute of limitations is up on that. It's saying, she pointed out in her December 17th amended complaint that a fraudulent conveyance has no specific statute of limitations, and referred to Virginia Code, 55.1-400, which states that fraudulent property conveyances are void. So she's making the claim, to me, from what this sounds like, is that this claim that they have on this property, everything they did to acquire it, is fraud.
Right. Does it say any of that where she pulled the records? Did she pull the records and see an actual conveyance to PNC Bank?
I don't know. Hold on. Let's see. It says her original complaint also connected the PNC Bank property to Molly West. However, the third amended complaint notes that a surveyor A certified surveyor from the land and environmental consulting firm CABCO, or CABCO, based in Massachusetts, concluded the bank is on the property that belonged to Anne Drigg House. Cypress provided a genealogical breakdown generated on the Ancestry website, which connects her to Ebby Francis, born Edith Bailey or Bailey in 1792, who was granted Lot 26, which became half of Indiantown Park. She was Cypress's fourth great grandmother. Abby Francis married William House II, and their son, George House, became the third great grandfather of Lisa Cypress. George House married Martha Baker and their son, George House II, and became the great great grandfather of Lisa Cypress. George House II married Mary Sample, and their son, Samuel House, became the great grandfather of Lisa Cypress. Samuel House married Annie Paramore, and their son, Roger House, became the grandfather of Lisa Cypress. Roger House married Virginia May Bagwell Jones, and their daughter, Virginia May House, married Henry Cypress Jr. and became the mother of Lisa Cypress.
Okay, so she actually did the work.
Mm-hmm.
Even before you read that, I said you need the survey, right? You need the land survey. All right. So
she did get a certified
I know
survey.
some. I know a little something. I know a little something. So my thing is, Charise, why the hell would somebody tell her to go file a quitclaim deed? The land is hers in perpetuity, forever. If they was conveyed a certain parcel of that land, they got it on a colorable title. She still owns the land. All she got to do is say, wait a minute, who you paying? Are you paying rent? Are you paying property tax? Okay, that money needs to come to me. That's the claim. I got the land survey. That's certified. You put that certified thing into the county records, and then you post it into the newspaper and say, anybody here to contest that? Then once you do that, you got free and clear claim. Now you tell them, hey, look, here you go. Here's a 3-day notice to quit. Pay or quit. Okay, we did a full accounting of everything. This is how much you owe. Now you need to pay that. Now you got colorable title. I'm not going to dispute that because that's colorable title. She put a quitclaim deed in. That's colorable title. She can't fight that. That's why they put her in jail for fraud. See what I'm saying? You can't do that. Now all she can do is she can't even contest it because at that time there had to be some type of abandonment that happened to where they actually then started to be able to sell these and parcel out and convey these lands under the state or the county or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's just what they do because it's abandoned. Nobody's claiming it. But at the end of the day, it's for public use. So it's a form of eminent domain. So even when they did that, they still was supposed to pay her that back money anyway. There was money she was supposed to be getting. She went into a whole different avenue that she didn't have to go down. And she will be free right now, fucking with me.
And I think that's where I ain't gonna say I always, it's just, I know, like, I mean, I think I understand what Bad Satan is saying. It's like when these powers that be are not acknowledging or they're not accepting evidence that is being presented. If she got a clear genealogy, and I mean, this is like a straight up genealogy here. Like she's not no niece or nephew. This is coming straight through the loin.
But Charise,
yeah, this is wild.
But Charise, if that right there, all that right there, I mean, powerful. Period. Exclamation point. Nothing else to be said. Why is she putting liens on it? Why is she filing quitclaim deeds? She don't need to do that. She just clouded the title on something that's dealing with PNC Bank and whatever else is going on. She don't need to do that. She got the land patent, did the land survey, everything was verified. All she got to do is give them the motherfucking papers and say, yo, you own this in colorable title, maybe in fee simple, but you ain't got aboriginal title and you ain't got no land patent, so you owe rent. That's it. That's all she had to do. She did the right thing. She did the right process, but quitclaim deeds, putting liens on it, there's nothing more superior than a land patent. You put liens on it. You're doing it under statutory situations, and then that's how they got her. They just not gonna tell her that. So what? I don't know if you talk to them people. They need to rearrange that article, redact that thing, change it out, and talk about Indian land, Aboriginal, indigenous. Get that law-abiding citizen and that employee conversation. Get that up out of there. You change the whole gamut of the conversation.
Yeah. On the on
You
her
agree? You agree?
on her petition. I
Yeah.
mean,
Do
I do
you
agree
agree?
that it don't need to say law-abiding citizen and all that. I do agree with that. That doesn't need to be there because she's a
Right.
part of a whole nother nation.
That's right.
So I understand that. I understand why you're saying that.
You see what I'm saying? Like what that law-abiding citizen or just her being an employee for all that, that's participation with the United States and her agreeing to participate in that thing to, work and get some money. But they ain't got nothing to do with her lineage and who she is, and it got nothing to do with that land, because if you do that, you pretty much allowing the government to trespass on that land and claim some type of some tenements or some rights, which you don't want to do. All they ain't did is pay out, Charisse. That's all she should have been asking about. Pay out.
Yeah.
Remove all of that. Everything she did, she need to remove it all. Liens, all that shit. Remove it. Get it back to where it's at. Apologize for the misunderstanding. And it's okay, because she didn't know. Bad advice. And let's go back to that land patent. That's what I would say.
I mean, because because to me it doesn't sound like she doesn't own it or she doesn't have like entitlement to it. It just sounds to me like it's just them not wanting to recognize that, and then using certain codes to say, hey, well, the statute of limitation is up on this, so you can't come for it now. We own it now. You don't have the right to it. And I think that, yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe there is some type of misunderstanding with this. I really wish her all of the best. And, I wish it was more that we can do. I would say, I want to put it back up on the screen that, maybe everybody can at least, call down there. They got the number right there. If y'all can see that or not, let me make it bigger.
Just put the link in the back for me.
And I'll put the link in there too. Like if anybody want to just call and get up on their ass every day, whatever, you guys can sign a petition as well. I think all that stuff is beneficial and helpful. Anything is helpful. I'm not sure.
I like to put the link in the back. I like to read through it, see if we get some contact, and then I'll talk to my people and see what we can do. Just to advise whether they would it or not. I don't know, but we gonna be hard and honest.
Yep. So y'all see it on the screen. Y'all could take a screenshot. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want, y'all could.
I got some people in Philly. I got some people in Maryland.
And y'all could call down there and his email. They got the emails for these people, all that. And I guess there's ways that things could be done. Yeah. And I hope she can get this resolved. And if anybody did give her bad advice, I just hope that she can probably find her some good legal counsel, a good lawyer. Because I don't know a lawyer on this earth that won't take a case they can't win.
Ain't no lawyer picking that up.
Somebody pick it up if she got the evidence to support it. But I mean, if she got the money to pay him too. But sometimes you do just need good legal counsel, because obviously something didn't go right here and they was able to put this woman in jail. So
I just told you what it was.
Mad as hell.
Yeah, I just told you what it was.
I mean, it ain't just a quick claim deed that got her put in jail. I mean, a quick claim file is some other stuff too. I'm sure.
A quick claim is a form of a lien, and then they said she put other liens on it.
Yeah.
She put some UCCs on it, some UCC 1 financing statements on it, and other type of liens. It's like, no. Can't do that. You got a land patent. You don't need none of this.
Yeah.
Need to have a class on that though. Yeah, get some.
Yeah,
Really
that would be a good class. I think that's one of the biggest things. A lot of us misunderstand the law, and it's okay. You know, that we misunderstand the law, we don't understand it. You know, I think it was put that way that we really don't understand, you know, so that we can't understand it. So we do need to learn and try to understand it better. I think that's the only way that we won't get ourselves hemmed up. But it's like, what do, you know, when you actually, you know, like, and this is what we see when we see stuff like this, and then the conversation is always around, we need to get our land back. We need to get our land back. You know, it just makes me wonder.
Got to go after the money, Charise. They owe rent. They owe rent. Go after the money. Don't, if she did that, like I said, whatever she did that right. I don't know why somebody convinced her to do that other stuff. She had the land survey, traced the whole thing back, verified it, everything. All she had to do was go say, hey, 3-day notice to quit. Better yet, I'm gonna give you 30 days. We're gonna do a full accounting of this thing. This is what you owe. Whatever you owe me. Go to the treasury, go to the state, the county, everybody. Anybody that been collecting money on this land right here, on this land patent, owe me. I'm here. I'm of age. Pay us.
Yeah.
Cut that check. You guys can utilize the land. It ain't being utilized. You guys can utilize the land. We're gonna renegotiate this thing. We give you another, I don't know how many years, and we give you 7 of them. At the end of the day, you need to find somewhere else to go. We taking back over the land. They can't say anything. So, believe it or not,
Superman want to know who gonna teach the class.
we got a team. We got a team.
I think that it's important, because I think even interpretation of the law, when you have your interpretation of the law, a lot of times that's not what it is. And you know, it just needs some straightening.
Indeed.
Yeah, I felt really bad.
I show people how to do this shit without going to jail. Like, some of these people be like tripping on this stuff they doing, Charise. They be tripping. It's emotions though. People be getting in their emotions, and they let their emotions take over, and they be like, oh, and there you go. We going back to that black shit. We going back to that slave mentality. And then you thinking about it, you're not being rational.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you ain't rational, common sense goes out the window. The one thing you gotta do is know 2 things: that this system has been created. This nuclear system is created after Reconstruction to battle us. Number 2, they created war against us. Number 3, you know what I'm saying? This is the bonus, is that everything that you do when you're trying to claim these things, you got to do it by the proper way so you stay out of jail. Do those 3 things.
That's why a lot of people been so iffy about paperwork and stuff like that, because I know a lot of people feel like the shit gets you put in jail. Like,
oh yeah, it will. It will. It will. Yeah, it will.
Yeah, it's definitely something. She got an interesting situation she got going on here, and I really do hope that it fucking works out for her. I do. I hope it works out for her, and that she can, you know, I mean, shoot, and she going up against these folks by herself. You know, I just think she need a lot more support.
Yeah, that's another problem.
And where's
that
the
problem? She doing this by herself? Is that what you telling me?
I mean, from what it sounds, she the only one in jail. And if anybody was a part of it, they ain't in jail.
Yeah, that's a problem.
You know, because I don't want to bring up people's name, and I don't know the whole story around it. Because I was hearing there was some other names involved in this situation with her. I just don't know to what extent, so I don't want to bring their name up without having the full details and the scope around their involvement. So
yeah, them probably the ones that gave her that bad advice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
anyway,
what's up, Chief Steve? He says land patents were originally federal or colonial documents. The first conveyance of land from the sovereign, the king, then later the federal government to an individual. Hi, Nanya. I was at that. I was a business park once, and I was at a business park once, and a guy had to take his property and tell all the renters they had to pay him. One of the pale skin guys went into his office and came out with a gun and a flag. He is Superman. You ain't about to get me in trouble. Talk about say their name. Because I know the baby girl was in Bap chat arguing with him. I saw that like a few days ago. And Bap had a good build off the early morning. I'm not going to hold you. That was a good build that he had. That thing was great. I enjoyed that one. Just straight up information, straight up indigenous information. But anywho, and I saw that, and then I remember talking about this before, just trying to understand the basis around her claims and her having her being entitled to this land. And it's just very telling. It's very telling. That's what she looked like. And like you said, she had the certified land surveyor, all of that. I just don't know where she went wrong. Like, I knew a lot of the information around the Gingaskin reservation, and that did get terminated. That's the truth. That was the Negro reservation, or the Negro Indians that they were trying to say weren't Indians on that Gingaskin reservation, because everybody was niggas on that motherfucker. So they try to say that they weren't really Indians, and it was a lot of drama going on with that, but they was able to get that squared away. So
right, yeah, but I pretty much hit all the points where she went wrong.
Yeah,
she went statutory. Yeah, she went statutory, and that's what got her.
Continue with the filings.
Yeah, she went wrong on that. She went wrong on that. Yeah, she didn't have to do none of that. That's all statutory shit. We are separated from that whole system.
Yeah.
Once you claim you're Indian and you're indigenous and you have the land patent, you're out of statutory jurisdiction. See what I'm saying? You're not a United States citizen. You're not none of that. Not 3/5, none of that. So that's where she went wrong. I'll reach out. I'll reach out. I'll see what the angles is on that. I'll look through it all and see what's going on.
He talking about the more you know, the more just.
What do you say?
Oh, the menace. The more you know, the more jail time you get.
Is that, oh, dude, you think it was the more that helped her out? I didn't want to say nothing.
Yeah, that's what I said. I be trying to stay out of it.
I didn't want to say nothing.
They can't speak for themselves. I ain't trying, get the situation started. Then tomorrow I'm the motherfucking on the Summer Jam screen. No. They think you got her back for 25 at 8 time. Or the check getting messy.
What Jazz say?
Oh yeah, that's always Superman spelling my name wrong.
Nah, she'll get this information for free. I give information for free. Hey, nah, she ain't doing it. Nah, we ain't doing that one.
Yeah, this was wild.
I like.
But she needed to do this though. She needed to do this because I think that ultimately people need to know what to do and what not to do. and where they go wrong in these types of situations, especially when people always say we need to get the land back. And maybe the land is not something that's acquirable, but like you said, maybe the money is.
No,
So
the land is hers. She got that forever. It's just about how to go about getting it. It ain't about getting the land. The land is hers, and the whole lineage. But it's about going about letting them know that it's hers, and getting paid back rent, lease, money, everything, taxes, whatever it might be. That's just how to go about doing that shit. That's it. It's a simple game. Simple game. It's not even that difficult.
shout out to Big Chief Steve. He said Virginia courts, like most state and federal courts, view land patents as historical artifacts, not standing proof of ownership. Ooh, child. I just think it's a tough break for her, you know.
Well, land patent. He's halfway right. It's ownership is a loose term. Control is the term. They have control, and anything that's going on that land, they need to be paid first. It's called first in line, first in time. You got first lien position. That land patent is a lien. And anybody that's occupying that land and doing business on that land got to pay rent. That's all I'm saying.
Whew. Yeah, it's just
heavy.
It's tough.
Yeah, it's heavy.
And I hate this for, I'm proud of her though, nonetheless, because you gotta fight the powers that be. You do. But it's like they vicious. They vicious. And I'm gonna leave it at that. They vicious. They vicious with their shit, man. And shoot, you think you got some paperwork? Them motherfuckers, the king and queens of paperwork up there in that government. That's all them people that work in the government do all day is push paper.
Yeah.
That's all they do. So it's just, yeah. Yep, it's easy to say shit. Everybody just saying it ain't done shit. Yeah, it's true, Bad Saint. I can't say I've ever done anything even remotely close to what she's done. It is crazy because I just recently found out that it's some land that's been not even like it's some land and it's a house that's in Virginia that is a part of my family lineage. They got as an African American land historical landmark. I said African American child. They wear me out with African American on a regular basis. But I'm trying to learn more about it and trying to figure out, what's the deal behind it all. My grandmother was talking about something. Oh, how Charisse? She said, how do you know about that shit? She said, I ain't been in a long time. I said, yeah, it's a historical landmark now. That's how I know about it. Shoot, my grandmother didn't even know it was a historical landmark because she'd been up in DC for so long. And they moved from down there. I think the only land that they own now is the land that her mother and father owned. And they had an outhouse built on it. But it's a ton of land around it. But they lived in that outhouse. Everybody, they had like 9, 10 siblings living up in that sucker. I don't know how that was done. But that's another conversation for another day. I'll show y'all some pictures of it one day.
Yeah, the land was just to make money on. That was the growth stuff. They used to have these small shotgun houses. Man, that land was to grow stuff on. It wasn't to have like a 10-bedroom, like big, 5,000 square foot house. They wasn't doing all that. They'd be like, what am I gonna do with all this house? So, see,
yes,
it's the land what I'm talking about. Bad Saint talking about anybody that's doing that. But yeah, but you see, you got somebody like her that ain't never did it and in jail right now. She locked up, bro. See, and this is where you gotta understand. You gotta understand the law. If you're talking about you Aboriginal Indigenous, you gotta understand your history. You gotta understand the law, because obviously you wrote it. numb nuts. So that ass backward ass comment, stick it in your ass and shove it.
Oh, it's all right. Relax.
I mean, that's I'm telling you, that's weak talk coming from a man. You know what I'm saying? Shut that shit up, bro. You ain't gonna do nothing, nigga, but go to work. And that's all you gonna do. And go feed somebody else. Look, the bottom line is that if you understand the law, you understand how this system works, then you will understand what she did wrong. You would not be able to come up here and tell me what she did wrong. Even if I didn't say nothing, you wouldn't be able to say that. I said it. Now, I don't deal with land patents. I got people that do. I got people that deal with taxes. I got people that deal with trust. I got people that deal with all kind of court shit, everything. Me, I'm the coach. So I tell you what it is. I give you the law, I give you the whole dynamics on what needs to be done, what needs to be fixed, and then I get my people to go to work. See what I'm saying? That's what you call a team. Now, like I said, and you have my word. I got the link. I copied it. I got it in my archives. I'm gonna read through it, and then I'm gonna reach out and see what's going on. See how far it's gone. See if I can find even a court case. See what she got going on, because I gotta read the complaint. I gotta see exactly what she did.
What she put in, yeah, and that's
I
what
gotta
I
see
feel.
what they're claiming.
Like, what was the actual, the court
Charge.
document that was actually filed? So I haven't
Gotta
found that
figure out
yet.
what the charge is, Charisse. Gotta figure out the charge. See what's going on. Based on what you already put out there, I already know where she went wrong. And it's just about the simple fact of how we can possibly, if we do have a conversation, whoever is, her conservator at the time while she locked up, that we communicate with to see if she would be willing to walk some of that shit back. And then,
And I think that's what they're trying to get her to do too.
yeah,
They trying to get her to kind of get to lift some of that stuff. So I mean, we'll see. I don't think she. I don't know. I think if she feel like she lifts it up, I don't know. I'm not speaking for her. Maybe she feel like if she lifts this up, then she's giving up her fight. But I think that you lift it up and you start again.
Well,
You
yeah,
just
that
start.
fight she need to get that up. But that ain't got nothing to do with that land patent, though. Trust and believe. They ain't mentioned. I guarantee you, when I read that complaint, they ain't mentioned nothing about a land patent. They mentioned in those liens, from what I heard.
Yeah.
Liens and that quick claim deed. Why she did that, I have no idea. Because she is the only one that can convey parcels of that land and issue out deeds, grant deeds, warranty deeds. She's considered to be controller of the land. Can't nobody issue any deeds but her. Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
this is.
That Aboriginal title, I don't know if you was up on the thing. I showed the definition of what Aboriginal title is. And I actually had a picture of there back in the 1600s where one of the chiefs was actually conveying land to one of these Huguenots or Sephardims or whatever, these people that was coming over here after the Spanish Inquisition. Probably was a Huguenot. Actually conveying land to them. Like 100-something acres. And it was written in English. And I would say that if we understand that and understand why that PNC Bank is on there, then I think everybody get a clear idea what actually is going on. These are pretty much vacant lands. Like they joke about Rob Will. Rob Will says abandoned lands, right? These are abandoned lands, but they're still under land patent. And the United States government is the trustee of those lands. And while they're abandoned under the agreement by the Indians at that time in those areas, allowed them to be able to utilize those lands for commerce. But they're supposed to be paying rent. That's it. And that's all. And I'm not going to say it again.
You worse than Birdman. I ain't gonna say it no more. He was not having it. I wonder if I could find. I kept saying, I guess next time I'll show the verses next time because I did enjoy that verses. I am not gonna lie. Definitely was in my 99 and 2000 bag. Okay, but anyway.
All right, well, shit, I ain't gonna bug you no more. I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah, you ain't bugging me. You all right. Shoot, I don't know what OTK went. He just kind of stranded me. It was his idea to go live, and he gone before me. But it's all good though. I mean, we did get into a good little build today. Like, I mean, I still got some information and stuff I want to show, but I ain't gonna show it tonight. You know, I'm gonna save it for another build, and we're gonna just be able to do our thing from there. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad that we got into this conversation out, and maybe you can go more in depth about it because, like I said, I'm not going to act like I know anything about what she did because I don't, and I don't try to act like I know. I mean, I'm just reading the articles and reading what it's saying, you know. And like I said, to me, it's a bold step to take, you know. And she, you know, that chiefness in her, that woman in her, you know, we ain't got no problem with going against that grain and standing up for what we know is right. You know, I just hope that. You know, I just hate that she got some bad advice and some bad counsel with this and whatever happened. You know, like I said, I don't want to say people names because I don't know the extent in which they was involved. But yeah, I just think it's so messed up because now she in jail, and you know, like 51 counts of fraud is a lot. That's a lot.
50 of them.
Yeah.
Man, she in there forever. She ain't coming up out of there.
And she got just, I don't know.
What they hit her on federal?
Yeah, because this is all done in federal court. Yeah. I think Virginia federal court, it was done in, yep, the Eastern District Court.
Yeah, she ain't coming out of there. But she rescind all that shit. She gonna have to rescind all of it.
Yeah.
And beg mercy on the court.
Whew. Tough break. Tough break for her.
Yeah. What she gonna have to do?
Sad to me. But I hope that we all can probably learn something from this. I know a lot of people are trying to get into this process now of, you know, reclaiming what belongs to their ancestors and belongs to their family. And they should. I think it's been a long history of this. A long history of this. Like I always talk about the elementary school I went to, Fletcher Johnson, that I felt sat on top of a mound. You know, I just, it's so much to it, young. And like, I don't know, when I was little, they used to be like, you know, man, that's a cemetery and stuff like that. And who knows if they even took, you know, if they really resurrected all of those bodies like they were supposed to. Like, and just put the school right on top of it. Like it was nothing. Like our peoples that was there was nothing. But I mean, I guess I need to find, it's actually a video on it. And she talked about all the cemeteries that was in DC and all the stuff that's built over top of them, which was really crazy. Let me see if I could find it. But if not, I could just show y'all the one about the school that I went to from kindergarten until 4th grade, and then I had to leave that sucker. Fletcher Johnson was off the hook. No joke. Okay, let me see. Maybe I could pull it up and then maybe I'll be able to find the video on the cemeteries and stuff. Because it was really a good video. Hold up. Let me see. And they real short too. She only be like 10, 11 minutes with you. She don't be long. Okay. No, that video not 3 years old. Where is that? Oop, give me 1 second. 1 second. Okay. What was it called? New development. What? Okay. I'm going to have to take my time and look through it because I know it's there. 1 second. Let me play this real quick. This only like 10 minutes. And it's crazy because she went to this school too, but she older than me, so you know how that go. She got good history about it though, but I just kind of want y'all to see it and kind of look at it.
The third week of September 2025, the elementary school that I attended from 2nd grade to 6th grade on Benning Road, Southeast DC,
so y'all
is
see
now
how it
being
look?
knocked down.
Y'all see how it look? How it's sitting up there like it do? Like that sucker. I always felt like it was something special about that shit. The way it looks, how it sits up there like that, how like everything about it. It's just it gives mound tease. But
East DC is now being knocked down. Fletcher Johnson has a 15+ acre campus that closed in 2008, but was temporarily used by other DC schools. The last school to use Fletcher Johnson's facility was H.D. Woodson High School, when its school building was being renovated. Finally, the Fletcher Johnson Middle School closed its doors permanently in 2011. My big brother sent me a text saying that your school is being knocked down. So I hurried up over there and drove straight to the middle of the parking lot to take pictures as it's coming down. Here's an article from May 2021 describing what the plans are for the land once it's redeveloped. After city officials and developers talked to Ward 7 residents and asked them, "What do you want the Fletcher Johnson site to become?" The answer they got back was housing, and lots of it. Residents want housing for home ownership and rentals. More specifically, housing is needed for seniors, market rate, the working class, and affordable, not luxury housing. We have enough luxury housing around DC because of the gentrification. Secondly, retail is needed, especially a grocery store, because this neighborhood doesn't have one. So the good news is the Marshall Heights residents might just get all of it. Developers plan to put up a freestanding emergency room that will be operated by Universal Health Systems and George Washington University. And there will be a mixed-use development with over 800 housing units consisting of senior living, rentals, and retail that includes a grocery store. I told the history of Fletcher Johnson in my 3 Cemeteries video, where the school opened in 1977 and was built on top of what used to be Payne Cemetery. The name Fletcher Johnson comes from 2 people, Evelyn B. Fletcher and Dr. Philip T. Johnson. Mrs. Evelyn B. Fletcher was born in Washington, D.C., and also worked here as a teacher and later as an administrator in the D.C. public school system for nearly 51 years. She began teaching in 1894 as a first grade teacher. Mrs. Fletcher was a reading specialist who taught and trained other teachers. She taught these new teachers at the D.C. Teachers College. She later helped establish a teachers' retirement fund for teachers who weren't entitled to an annuity upon their retirement. At Fletcher Johnson's dedication in 1978, one of Mrs. Fletcher's sons attended the ceremony unveiling his mother's portrait that would later hang in the school's main hallway. Mr. Sumner G. Fletcher, he himself was a retired DC teacher of 49 years, and he had said, "It is my hope that the school will open opportunities for many years to come and that children will come to recognize my mother. It is a great tribute to her to have her name placed on this fabulous building." Mr. Fletcher had retired in 1972 as the principal of Smothers Elementary School. The 2 schools were only 1 mile away from each other, and Mr. Fletcher and his wife's house split the difference, meaning that their house sat in between the two schools on East Capitol Street and 53rd Street. Mr. Fletcher started working in the DC school system in 1923 as a classroom teacher before being promoted to principal in 1938. In 1953, he received an award from the DC Parent Teacher Association for completing 15 years in his position at that point. Mrs. Fletcher and her son weren't the only teachers in their family. Mrs. Fletcher was the widow of Mr. Lawrence Gorham Fletcher Jr. He was a former DC teacher in the business department in the old M Street High School and Armstrong High School. At the beginning of the 1900s, Armstrong Manual Training School and the M Street High School were the only two high schools in DC that admitted black students. Dr. Philip T. Johnson is the other person the school is named after. Dr. Johnson was an orthopedic surgeon and teacher who was active in DC civic and community affairs. He served on the DC Board of Education and was president of the DC Federation of Civic Associations. He held the positions of Chief of Orthopedic Surgery at Freedman's Hospital, now renamed Howard University Hospital. And he was the head of the orthopedic division at Howard University's School of Medicine. Briefly, he was also the director of the physical therapy department. Dr. Johnson was born and laid to rest in Washington, D.C., where he lived almost his whole life. He graduated from Howard University undergraduate in 1921 and medical school in 1924. Then he did his internship in Kansas City from 1924 to 1925 before returning to D.C. to do his clinical work at Children's Hospital. And it should be to no one's surprise that Dr. Johnson soon became one of DC's leading doctors. In 1945, Dr. Johnson became the co-founder of the Johnson Robinson Clinic. He would serve as its director from 1945 to 1966. Here's an article from the Washington Afro-American newspaper explaining how important DC's receptionists and nurses are to DC's most prominent doctors and surgeons. The receptionists and other medical staff were highlighted from the Johnson and Robinson Clinic in Northwest DC while serving under Doctors Henry S. Robinson and Philip T. Johnson, both who were students from Howard University. While running the clinic, Dr. Johnson was also serving as a consulting doctor to the Anthony Bowen School for Crippled Children. Dr. Johnson became a member of DC's Board of Education from 1949 to 1952. By then, he'd limited his medical practice to focus on his community work. He was an advocate for legal reform and ending juvenile delinquency, so Dr. Johnson became active in the Boy Scouts. Dr. Johnson lost his sight late in his career from glaucoma, and he was asked about his life and career going forward. He said, "It's a challenge. We are approaching a new phase of life." Dr. Johnson and his wife, Hortense Johnson, who was a registered nurse, had to adjust to a new way of getting things done. Dr. Johnson said of his wife, "She is my right hand." Mrs. Johnson would have to read for her husband and drive him to his office when he didn't take a cab. The couple lived at 6111 Dick Street Northeast, near Eastern Avenue, the border street of DC and Maryland. Dr. Johnson remained active with his disability as shown here. He's still working with his patient at the office on a shoulder wheel for his therapy. Dr. Johnson was a lieutenant colonel in the medical corps during World War II and served in both wars. Dr. Johnson said, I was trained at Hines Hospital in Illinois. They teach the cane method there instead of using the C&I dog. Dr. Johnson served on D.C.'s school board after the war, and he led the fight in the rehousing of Cardozo High School. Another civic leader said of Dr. Johnson, perhaps the best compliment of his effectiveness on the board is that the judges wouldn't reappoint him. Dr. Johnson taught himself Braille and wrote the 1959 book, Blind Man's Bluff, about his experiences about losing his sight. Fletcher Johnson isn't completely knocked down yet, and I will update you on the progress of the reconstruction of the new campus, and of course, keep you informed of all the prominent people and places of Washington, D.C. I'd like to thank my sponsors of this video. I want to take you to see 3 cemeteries on Benning Road. One cemetery will be obvious, but the other 2 may be a big surprise to most people. Some of your grandparents may remember this information. So let's travel down to the 4600 block of Benning Road and C Street, and we will start with the
Yeah, I grew up, excuse me, I grew up around these parts of Southeast as a young girl. Like literally, like everything that she's showing, the shrimp boat and all of that. Woo, Lord. Yeah, I mean, it's changed a lot, but a lot of it still remains the same. But this is that history I wanted to show first before I showed that other video. But it is what it is. I was able to find it. So here we go.
obvious one, the Woodlawn Cemetery. Woodlawn Cemetery sits next to the Benning Road Co-op Apartments in the Benning Ridge neighborhood of Southeast DC. Woodlawn is a historic cemetery that opened on May 13th, 1895. With approximately 36,000 burials at the 22.5-acre cemetery, nearly all of them were Black residents. Now, let me take you across the street and show you where another spot that was a Black cemetery used to be. Across the street is a steep, grassy incline with a lot of trees on it. But on the top of that hill is the old Fletcher Johnson Elementary School. Fletcher Johnson opened its doors to students in 1977, but it was built on top of an old graveyard. It was the Payne Cemetery. John Payne was a Black man that owned a farm with his wife and kids in the Marshall Heights neighborhood. Mr. Payne was a carpenter by trade, but he used 14 acres of his land to establish a cemetery for the Black residents of DC in 1851. But it wasn't until 1896 that the Payne Cemetery Association was chartered in order to own, manage, and maintain the cemetery. There were about 14,000 burials in the Payne Cemetery between 1880 and 1919. But there were clearly many more people buried at Payne's graveyard that the cemetery or official records had shown. That's because there were a lot of unmarked graves. There were unidentified burials along with the identified ones, and also the illegal burials, or shall I say, the bootleg burials. The bootleg burials were made very late at night without the cemetery's knowledge. It was common practice in communities whose residents couldn't afford the price associated with an official burial. And this was very true of the Payne Cemetery, which catered to the poor and the working poor. In the mid-1900s, Payne Cemetery Association sold the graveyard to P.D. Badia. Burials at the cemetery ended in 1959. Badia later sold the cemetery in March 1961 to Lewis H. Bell, a white real estate developer who purchased a number of abandoned or nearly abandoned black cemeteries in DC. And that would include also the Woodlawn Cemetery across the street. Bell claimed to have moved more than 37,000 bodies from the Payne Cemetery to National Harmony Memorial Park Cemetery in PG County, Maryland, between March and November 1961. As the graves were moved, Bell ordered more than 500 short tons of field dirt to be placed on top of the 12 acres of the cemetery to smooth it out. Unfortunately, Bell did not move all the graves, and some family members complained that their loved ones were now buried under several more feet of dirt. After complaints were made to the Corporation Council of DC, Mr. Bell agreed to uncover these graves and restore the cemetery's plot boundaries so that the families could find the burial sites of their loved ones. In 1966, about 2,000 graves were transferred from Payne Cemetery to National Harmony Memorial Park Cemetery. Payne Cemetery was declared abandoned by the city in the summer of 1966, and all the graves were declared moved by September 1967. Fletcher Johnson Elementary School opened January 1977 for a partial school year because the assistant principal said classes were being phased in. Now, follow me much further down Benning Road in the opposite direction to a spot that many people had no idea used to be a graveyard. I posed a trivia question in a previous video about Benning Road's geography. What DC intersection has 2 roads, 2 streets, and 2 avenues? And we land right here at the intersection of Benning Road, Bladensburg Road, Florida Avenue, H Street, Maryland Avenue, and 15th Street. The center of this intersection is this small park called the Starburst because of the shape that it makes when all the intersecting streets connect to it. It's right here at the Starburst that I want to show you our 3rd graveyard. It was called Graceland. Well, this small space wasn't all of the cemetery. From Bladensburg Road, it stretched to K Street, 17th Street, and back down to Benning Road. Heckinger Mall covers half of that area now. Graceland was a 30-acre cemetery located in the Carver-Langston neighborhood in Northeast DC. It was founded in 1871 as a privately owned cemetery not affiliated with any religion and was open to the public, but it primarily served DC's black community. From 1884 to 1885, more than 1,200 bodies were transferred to Graceland Cemetery from Holmead's burying ground in Northwest DC. In August 1871, the DC Board of Public Health declared Holmead's burial ground a public nuisance and needed to be shut down because of the foul smells from the decomposing bodies. Graceland Cemetery was created due to the need for a large rural cemetery for the black community in DC. In the late 1800s, at the time, nearly all non-Catholic cemeteries in the city were racially segregated, with whites-only burial grounds refusing to bury black citizens on their property. By 1850, there were 16 cemeteries in the city of Washington, but only 3 served the black population: Old Ebenezer, the Harmonian, and Mount Pleasant Plains Cemetery. On June 5th, 1852, the DC City Council enacted legislation to stop burials at any burial ground inside of the limits of the federal city, and to ban creating any new burial grounds within the federal city, also called the Washington City. Back in that time, the federal city wasn't expected to fill the entire district. So most of DC's black population was in the forested rural section of DC, in Northeast and Southeast. The part of DC that was considered the country part is where the black people lived. And DC's growing black population desperately needed a new cemetery. In 1870, a group of progressive white citizens decided to buy a plot of land just beyond the border of the federal city and build a racially mixed cemetery. From 1871 to 1873, Graceland Cemetery was beautifully landscaped and plenty of trees were planted on it. Winding walkways were laid out through the cemetery's gently rolling hills, and an expensive caretaker's house was built on top of it. The southern half of the property sloped to the south, and there were several natural water springs in the area for the neighborhood's drinking water, and this area was somewhat marshy. The cemetery was on top of a hill which gave it excellent views of the city and the U.S. Capitol, while the bottom of the hill on Benning Road was wet and swampy. About 42,000 burial lots existed at Graceland. Lot prices were initially held low to encourage more burials. Lot prices ranged from $3 in the wet, marshy southern part of the cemetery to $22 for the prime hilltop section. Burial costs were also low. Opening and closing a grave just cost $4, while handling the body cost another $5. In comparison, at the highly popular and almost white Rock Creek Cemetery, opening and closing a grave cost $6.50. Although at times popular with the black community, Graceland never quite caught on. The Columbian Harmony Cemetery was DC's most popular black American cemetery at 9th Street and Rhode Island Avenue Northeast. Payne Cemetery was the second most popular. Graceland Cemetery was not very popular until 1890. A total of 4,722 black residents were buried there between 1880 and 1894. But it was the top burying ground in 1890 and 1891. At the time it closed, several hundred, if not thousands, of unused burial plots at Graceland were owned by black people. Although only 1,073 whites were buried at Graceland from 1880 to 1894, this was actually quite a large number for a racially integrated cemetery. By February 1893, there were 5,700 burials at Graceland. Most of them were in the 100-foot wide strip along the southern border of the property at Benning Road, most likely because the lots there were the cheapest in the cemetery, largely due to the waterlogged area. Although Graceland was intended to be a rural cemetery, well away from any development, housing and other buildings were built around it anyway. As early as June 1873, a 3-story, 25-room hotel was built across the street from Graceland. By January 1878, a large number of new houses were built near the cemetery. The stench of decomposing bodies, along with the foul taste from the burials left in the local water supply, scared local residents because they already suffered an outbreak of typhoid in 1877. The DC Board of Public Health was worried also, and it commissioned a study of the cemetery in late 1877 to investigate the issue. Although the board said in January 1878 that the cemetery was not responsible for the typhoid outbreak, but it did express its concern that a major burial ground was so close to houses. More than 200 residents signed a petition asking the Board of Public Health to close the cemetery. Another typhoid outbreak in the summer of 1892 intensified the pressure to close Graceland. An investigation by city health officials found that the soil in the southern part of the cemetery was so marshy that graves often filled with water when dug and had to be bailed out before a coffin could be lowered into it. Officials said that the graves were also dug too close to one another so that the walls between graves often collapsed, allowing germs and disease from a nearby decomposing body to wash into a new open grave. Eventually, pressure to close the cemetery became so strong that legislation was introduced in the last days of the 52nd Congress to close the cemetery. The reason why Woodlawn Cemetery was founded was because of the crisis among the black burial grounds. Graceland Cemetery was rapidly surrounded by residential development, and the partially filled cemetery was polluting the local water supply and creating a health hazard. The DC commissioners were pressured to close Graceland in order to accommodate the need for more housing. Between May 1895 and October 1898, nearly 6,000 sets of remains were transferred from Graceland Cemetery to several mass graves at Woodlawn Cemetery. The last major transfer to Woodlawn was from 1939 to 1940, with 139 full and partial sets of remains. There's a dozen mass graves that came to exist at Woodlawn Cemetery. Woodlawn was one of the top-ranked cemeteries for DC's black communities up until the 1950s. But cemetery records were badly kept, and bodies were often buried in the wrong plot. Although Woodlawn said it was an integrated cemetery, being that it accepted burials of both black and white people, internally, however, it was segregated. Caucasians were still being buried in a whites-only section. White burials at Woodlawn were once a significant source of income. That decreased after 1912. Lacking a perpetual care trust, the cemetery fell into disrepair. The last burial was about 1969, and the total number of bodies at the cemetery were about 36,000. The Woodlawn Cemetery Association passed its control to Lewis H. Bell and his son, Richard Bell, in 1961. They planned to restore the cemetery by advertising its historic nature and importance to the black community and generate some income for the restoration. But they discovered that the empty sections of the cemetery still contained burials. Lacking the funds to fully explore the cemetery and determine which spaces remained free, the Bells abandoned their restoration efforts and the cemetery fell further into disrepair. Today, there are no more burials at Woodlawn, but there are volunteers to help clean grave markers, clear weeds, and cut the grass at the cemetery in order to keep this ground sacred. Tell me, which cemetery surprised you most? Were you aware that there were at least 3 cemeteries on Benton Road? Were you aware that Payne Cemetery was where the closed Fletcher Johnson Elementary School is now? I found out when I started out as the new kid in the 2nd grade at Fletcher Johnson. I didn't understand why a lot of the kids would tell me to be careful of which floor tile to stand on. They said it was because a hand might pop up through the floor. I didn't get it until one of the older kids explained it to me. That's when I found out about the movie The Poltergeist. I want to thank the KB Strings as my sponsor for this video.
I think anybody who went to Fletcher Johnson can contest to that. Can contest to that whole. It's on a graveyard. It's on a graveyard. You know, like I mean, that was just always something that we kind of like grew up. Like once you went there, you were immediately informed that you walking on dead bodies type stuff. Like you were just always informed of that. So I mean, I just wanted y'all to, get a little bit of that DC history, just a little bit, a little bit of a deeper understanding about these, like how they displaced our people through even in death. And it's really shameful. It's sad to me. And it's an awful tactic that's used a lot. And you can just, even those 3 cemeteries, how many of our people was displaced between those 3. And it was just an interesting story to me. And shout out to her over there, Deaky D. Y'all could like, share, subscribe over there to her channel. And she got a lot of information where she talks about a lot of DC history. And I'm going to be talking about a lot more DC history, more so on the indigenous side though. But also just our side as well. I mean, just all history, all aspects of it, because it's all interconnected at the end of the day. So we just have to always keep that in perspective. I'm getting tired. So Aton, I don't know if you want to close out, but you can close out if you want, because I'm gonna go ahead and end this out for the night.
Nah, you good. You good. I'm just, it ain't leaving you up here by yourself,
I appreciate it.
I think I said a lot, maybe too much. So I ain't saying nothing else, but bruh. Peace.
Yeah, you got the right to speak your mind over here. I ain't gonna never stop you from speaking. Shoot, I try to stop nobody from speaking because we all got the right to do that. So, but yeah, y'all, that was just a little small. Hi, DJ ZPE, good to see you. That's just a little small taste of some DC background, and I think the cemetery that I was most shocked about is the Starburst, because I didn't know it was a cemetery there. I drive past that place. I drive past Hecker Jamal damn near every day. My grandmother want to go there tomorrow. Hell. So like I drive there so much. So it's just that stunned me a lot too, because it ain't nothing but, like a lot of onks hang out there. Let me just say that. We call them onks, but they hang out there. And so I would have never known that was a cemetery. And like even the facts that she pointed out about like it having 2 intersections, we should say 2 roads, 2 streets, and 2 something else. And I said, damn, she right, because Merlin Avenue is right there, Florida Avenue, 8th Street. God damn. I was like, DC is so jumbled up. I think that's why a lot of times people get the streets mixed up. And she said 15th Street, and she's correct. All of those are right there, So yeah. You got Benning Road, Bladensburg Road, all of that in that one intersection. So yeah, shout out to my city. I love DC. Dang, I would they said end it with Dre Cobbs. All right. Let me see what I could do about that. I think I can do that. And then I'm going to shoot. I need to try to get myself to bed myself. Shoot. I just missed y'all, and I wanted to come back through for a second. Actually have like a little peaceful build going on.
Golf courses.
Parks, oh yeah.
All of them is bare. All of them are them areas are built on top of burial grounds, cities, so on and so forth. Especially universities, all that type of stuff.
Yes. And that's why I love this city so much, because it's so rich in that type of history. I think a lot of people just don't know and realize, how significant stuff be. Like, I guess we don't be realizing that we be walking around on our history every day and don't even know.
Yeah.
So, you
All
know,
right,
I mean,
sis.
all right, Aton, have a good night.
All right,
I'm gonna
for
play
sure.
this song and get on out of here myself.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine, it make they world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the god MC equals the god in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real. It's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this the execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seeds. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime. We put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life. I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Drake be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun, the poverty point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is when you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. We'll bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Man, y'all already know what it is. Shout out to Big Dre Cobbs. Shout out to the family, DJ ZPE, Glass Moon, Engine Radio, Know Your Business, Old Dude, Bad Saint. Who else came through today? God, I'm sorry I couldn't get that. Let me see. Before I actually roll to Hunger our Hatika, Big Dog Philly OG pulled up, P. Moses, Tim Washington, Cosmon Cal, Big Bro pulled up. My baby Copper Goddess had pulled up. Anthony Williams, Enox, Copper Draco, Auto History, Wild Savage, Most Hated Bronze Flat Power God. Yep. Y'all pulled through. I love the family, man. Y'all always come through and support the kid. And, you know, we had a good little build tonight. And, you know, hopefully, you know, we'll be coming through with more builds and trying to keep this information flowing and going. And y'all know, man, like I told y'all, I'm on this school stuff. So I've been trying to get through that shit because it ain't been easy for me. But, you know, I've been coming out okay on these assignments, just trying to keep it up and stay strong. So, shoot, I got me a little extension on one assignment I got to do. Okay. So I got to get started on that. Well, I already started. I need to finish rather. Whew, it's been wearing me out, y'all. For real, it has. Like even all of this discourse and conversation around identity politics and just trying to get things straight. I just think it's important that we do that and we continue to fight on the side of right. You know what I mean? Like we know we not from Africa. We know these people ain't proved that. We know that this is something that's just been put on us, and it's a shame. And it's a shame. And to see our people holding on to that, it just already just goes to show like how far and how long we have to go in this fight, and like we can't give up. You know what I'm saying? So it just requires a collective effort that we all need to be on the same page about, and we don't need to waver from it. And I'm not wavering at all. At all. I'm not wavering ever. Oh, dang, he rolled out. Okay. So anyway, let me go ahead, y'all, before I start rambling and ranting on and on and on. But it's the truth. So I don't never got no problem with speaking on that. Like straightening gotta get done and we gonna straighten it. The fuck period. I'm not about to keep playing with these people. I'm not playing with nobody no more. I don't care who you are. I just got finished telling my little cousin, listen, you ain't from Africa. Had to let him know today. He 20 years old and still trying to understand. Oh, they say this to me. They say, oh, okay, you got the link. They say this to me. They say that to me or whatever. I said, listen, I'm your family. I'm going to tell you the truth. I said, we don't come from Africans. Always remember that. He like, so we Black American? I said, nah, we indigenous to America. So I've been trying to school him and get him up the par. And he gonna get his sisters up the par. That's my first cousin. We first cousins. So, I really got to make sure my little first cousin's up to par on the knowledge of who we are. That shit ain't gonna never fade, Mo, on my soul. And we gonna do this shit to the death. We ain't gonna never give up on it, man. We do gotta fight for all our people. Even the ones who don't really understand, who is warped in the mind of believing shit that without proof. I mean, come on. Like Pan-Africanism, all of that stuff, none of that is getting us anywhere. But I think this conversation that we've been having around indigeneity has been what's been catching fire, and it's gonna continue to, because we're gonna be the ones to make sure that it does. So yep, Aton copied the link. I put that link in the chat for Sister Lisa Cypress and her movement. Not her movement, but what she got going on right now. I call it a movement. You know what I'm saying? And y'all sign that petition and y'all give her y'all support in any way y'all can, even if y'all could just sign that petition. And yeah. So I'm surprised Smokey ain't go live tonight. But y'all stay dangerous out here. Don't let nobody upset you. And stay blessed. Peace out, y'all.